It is Bible time.
There you go.
I'm going. Where am I
The
going?
perfect status.
But you didn't draw that or paint it or anything.
No, but, I mean, it's whimsically archaic, though.
I'm already perfect.
Perfect? That was perfect.
You need help, Teras.
How about a couple?
You know what, before we dive into it, just an FYI, we have reached the end of the stock. I'm gonna stop drinking during Bible readings now.
Wow.
Just an FYI. But that means I can speedrun this awful book even harder. Or maybe I can't. I mean, who knows? It's been over a month. How have you been, Teras?
Can we do a new drinking game where we just drink every time either of us says a word?
Yeah?
We'll start.
Okay. Drinking? Teras was drinking once.
Oh. Oh.
Psalm 65. Psalm 66. Unto the end. A canticle psalm of the resurrection. Oh, yeah, right. Reviving is canon in the Bible, remember? I remember.
Yeah, it's happened like a dozen times now, at least.
Yeah.
It's not new information.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to remind that maybe you forgot. Shout joyfully to Skytis, all the earth. Proclaim a psalm to his name. Give glory to his praise. Exclaim to Skytis, how terrible are your works, O Lord! According to the fullness of your virtue, your enemies will speak lies about you. Let all the earth adore you and sing psalms to you. May it sing a psalm to your name. Draw near and see the works of Skytis, who is terrible in his counsels over the sons of men. Why are they shit-talking Skytis? Are you supposed to worship him? What? This is great.
This is how atheism was born.
He converts the sea into dry land. They will cross the river on foot. There we will rejoice in him. He rules by his virtue for eternity. His eyes gaze upon the nations. May those who exasperate him not be exalted in themselves. Bless our Skytis, you genitals, and make the voice of his praise be heard. I think
It's been a while.
Oh, really? He has set my soul toward life, and he has granted that my feet may not be shaken. But may they be stirred? For you, O Skytis, have tested us. You have examined us by fire, just as silver is examined. You have led us into a snare. You have placed tribulations on our back. You have set men over our heads. We have crossed through fire and water, and you have led us out to refreshment. Oh, how generous. I will enter your house with holocausts. I will pay my vows to you, which my lips discern and my mouth spoke in my tribulation. I will offer to you holocausts full of marrow, with the burnt offerings of rams. I will offer to you bulls as well as goats. Draw near and listen, all you who fear Skytis, and I will describe to you how much he has done for my soul. I cried out to him with my mouth, as opposed to crying out with your ass. I mean, some people speak out of their ass, to be fair. And I extolled him under my breath. If I have seen iniquity in my heart, the Lord would not heed me. And yet, Skytis has heeded me, and he has attended to the voice of my supplication. Blessed is Skytis, who has not removed my prayer, nor his mercy from me. Psalm 66. Psalm 67. Unto the end. With hymns, a canticle psalm of David. Oh, yes, of course, David again. Also, I just realized, no more shutting. God damn it. No, I ruined the formatting. With hymns, a canticle psalm of David. May Skytis have mercy on us and bless us. May he shine his countenance upon us, and may he have mercy on us. May Skytis have mercy on us and bless us. May he shine his countenance upon us, and may he have mercy on us.
I like peanuts. These are honey peanuts roasted in honey. So they're quite sweet and they taste like honey. There's a lot of nuts.
Yes.
That's they're like dark because they got like cooked honey in it. They're really nice. I got them in Aldi actually. Aldi? I went to Aldi once.
I bought all these nuts. So may we know your way upon the earth, your salvation among us all nations. Let the peoples confess to you, O Skytus. Let all the peoples confess to you. May the nations rejoice and exult, for you judge the peoples with iniquity, and you direct the nations on earth. Let the peoples confess to you, O Lord. Let all the peoples confess to you. The earth has provided her fruit. May Skytus, our Skytus, bless us. May Skytus bless us, and may all the ends of the earth fear him. The ends of the earth. Are they flat earthers? Because otherwise, how does the earth have an end if it's just a roundish object?
What if it's a rope?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had several ropes around their necks. Go on. I was once.
Oh, fuck off. Please choke on your nuts.
Psalm 67, Psalm 68. Unto the end, a canticle psalm of David himself. May Skytus rise up, and may his enemies be scattered, and may those who hate him flee from before his face. Just as smoke vanishes, so may they vanish. Just as wax flows away before the face of fire, so may sinners pass away before the face of Skytus. And so,
Try and wax your nuts.
For the right price? Yeah, why not?
Oh, awesome.
Just be careful. We wouldn't want to have a waxident.
Oh, that's a nutty one, that one.
Because that would not be good.
I did not see that coming.
And so, let the just Feastonian, and let them exult in the sight of Skytus and be delighted in gladness. Sing to Skytus, sing a psalm to his name. Make a path for exile. Oh no, wait, path for him, who ascends over the west. Chug, 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 chug.
One jelly bean.
Ah. You're really going to stop at one?
It was a cinnamon one. I am going to have another one to get the cinnamon flavor.
Sounds like... you know what? That pun doesn't work. Never mind.
Oh, better.
Booga, my favorite.
Yeah, I am going to stop at one. Because if I didn't stop at one, I'd be round.
Hey, I like you being round here.
Yeah, I'll be round everywhere.
The Lord is his name. Exalt in his sight.
Also, I got these. Look, there's a little logo.
Ha! And it's little. That's a knee slapper. But that's domestic violence.
Domestic violence.
Go on.
Domestic violence once.
Go on. Exult in his sight. They will be stirred up before his face. The father of orphans and the judge of widows.
This is pretty cool, actually. So in this bag, I got peanuts, like whole peanuts. I got there's pumpkin seeds. There's sunflower seeds. There's I think that's a corn. And
acorn.
There's more. Oh yeah.
Honestly,
what's this bit? That's a big bit.
Like I was in on the peanuts, but honestly, what you got there sounds like a mixed bag.
Corn. nut, peanut, chickpea, and seed mix. I bet that's what the bigger corn looking thing. I bet that's the wait. No, I found the chickpea. Oh, they're soft.
And now put it away because you had one of each already.
I was expecting it to be crunchy.
Crunchy snack?
Yeah, it's not a crunchy snack. It like crumbles it just turns to powder.
Just like my foreskin. I mean, what?
You might want to get that looked at.
Well, it's gone now. It's blown away.
Yeah.
Skytis is in his holy place. It is Skytis who makes men dwell in a house under one custom. He leads out those who are strongly bound, and similarly, those who exacerbate, who dwell in sepulchres. O Skytis, when you departed in the sight of your people, when you passed through the desert, the earth was moved, for the heavens rained down before the face of Skytis of Sin AI, before the face of the Skytis of Glasgow.
You should buy a kilogram of pumpkin seeds. Pumpkin seeds are fucking nice, yo.
You will set aside for your inheritance, O Skytis, a willing rain. As opposed to
rain?
unwilling rain? Like, how does that work? Like non-consensual rain? You know, sometimes it's just raining, but the rain didn't consent, so...
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, crunchy.
And though it was weak, truly, you have made it perfect. Your animals will dwell in it. O Skytis, in your sweetness you have provided for the poor. The Lord will give the word to evangelize? How the fuck do you pronounce that? Isn't there? Is that how you spell that word? Evangelizers. Probably, but should there be an extra E?
No.
But isn't it evangelist with an E between the G and the L?
Yeah, but it's not an evangelist, it's evangelizers.
That's fucking weird.
Which means they have different spellings, because English TM.
Yeah. The Lord will give the word to evangelizers, along with mediocre virtue. The King of virtue is beloved amongst us, the beloved. And the beauty of the house will divide spoils. If you take your rest in the midst of the clergy, you will be like a dove whose wings are covered with fine silver and edged with pale gold. I would not want to be a dove whose wings are covered with fine silver and edged with pale gold.
I mean, that sounds like a very heavy dove.
Yeah, how would that even fly? It
wouldn't. You just walk.
Its wings would be too small to get its fat little body off the ground.
According to all known laws of aviation.
Go on.
No. I'm not insane, I'm just crazy.
No. When heaven discerns kings to be over her, they will be whitened with the snows of Zalman.
How is things guided?
Wait. Teras.
How much will I have to pay you to learn off by heart the entire B-movie script?
I don't think that's even possible.
Of course it's possible, so they're not willing to do it.
No, I mean, like, it's not possible for you to afford that, because that would be such a time investment. Because each new line, learning one line, easy. 2 lines, sure. 3 lines, 4 lines, and then it gets exponentially more difficult with each new line that you add. So...
Oh, come on, give me a price then.
I'm gonna have to figure out we'll send you an offer soon, TM.
Is this one of those it's expensive type where you need to get a quote instead of just getting a price?
Yeah, you just have to ask for an offer to be sent to you, and then we'll figure out.
Does that mean I have to email you for a quote?
We'll send you an offer based on how much we think you can pay.
I can pay a lot more than you think.
Oh, but you can't pay enough. But Teras, they have a typo in this. So, look, it says Zalman, but shouldn't it be salmon?
You're talking a lot of smack for someone who's just sitting here eating nuts and seeds.
Salmon? I had salmon once.
Kind of from a river. A wet river.
A wet river with rats. Wait, what?
A wet river filled with salmon. Salmon. I had salmon once. I got it from a river. A wet river.
The mountain of...
A river filled with salmon. Salmon? I had salmon once.
I need your attention for this next one verse.
No, you don't.
Oh, I
do. You had not had my attention for like the past 19 streams.
No,
at least, bare minimum.
Now I need your attention. The mountain of Skytis is a fat mountain, a dense mountain, a thick mountain.
Well, that's it, folks. We got our thumbnail. I'm gonna get a very thick mountain with fishnets.
Perfect. There we go. And I was thinking more like doing a stone version of me, but I guess that also works.
It's like thick Goth GF, except this is a thick mountain GF.
So then, why are you distrustful of dense mountains?
Why are you running?
Hold on. So then, why are you distrustful of dense mountains? The mountain on which Skytis is well pleased to dwell. Even there, the Lord will dwell until the end. This is a sus mountain TM.
Do you think there's just a mountain where God has just been sitting there for the past like 2,000 years, waiting for someone to show up and just no one has?
No.
Oh, okay.
The chariot of Skytis is 10,000-fold. Thousands rejoice. The Lord is with them in Sin AI, in the holy place. You have ascended on high. What, high graphics settings? You have taken captivity captive. You have accepted gifts among sus men. For even those who do not believe dwell with the Lord Skytis. Blessed is the Lord day after day. The Skytis of our salvation will make our journey prosper for us. Our Skytis is the Skytis who will bring about our salvation. Our Lord is the Lord who has brought an end to death with one F. Hold on.
He thick.
That is factually inaccurate. Our Lord is the Lord who has brought an end to death with one F.
He is the bringer of death with many Fs.
What the fuck is this on about? This is like the psalm of gaslighting.
Well, I suppose if you kill everyone who might have killed someone in the future, you're preventing deaths.
I think the reasoning behind all of this is history is written by the victors.
Oh, no. I know what they're talking about. I figured it out. You ever heard this joke where a guy goes like, I prevented a rape today, and goes, how did you do it? Self-control. This is what Skytis is doing with the deaths. He's preventing deaths. How? Self-control.
But it's not about preventing. He brought an end to death. That's a different...
Yeah, self-control. No more. He's done. He's finished. He's retired from murder.
So do you think Skytis engages in No Murder November?
Unfortunately, it's October.
So then truly, Skytis will break the heads of his enemies. Hello?
Well, I mean, they could have already been dead before he broke their heads. You know, they didn't specify that. They didn't outright say he killed them. They just said he broke their heads.
Okay, so then truly, Skytis will break the heads of his enemies, the hairy skull of those who wander around in their offenses. Hey, Teras, do you have a hairy skull?
Sure.
Well, be on the lookout then, because you might be on his naughty list.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
The Lord said, I will turn them away from Bashan. I will turn them into the depth of the sea, so that your feet may be soaked in the blood of your enemies, so that the tongue of your dogs may be soaked with the same. O Skytis, they have seen your arrival, the arrival of my Skytis, of my king who is in a holy place. The leaders went ahead, united with the singers of psalms, in the midst of girls playing on timbrels. In the churches, bless the Lord Skytis from the fountains of Glasgow. In that place, Benjamin your ass is a youth in ecstasy of mind. The leaders of Judah are their governors, the leaders of Zebulun, the leaders of Naphtali. Command by your virtue, O Skytis. Confirm in this place, O Skytis, what you have wrought in us. Before your temple in Jerusalem, kings will offer gifts to you. Rebuke the wild Bistonians of the reeds, a congregation of bulls with the cows of the people, for they seek to exclude those who have been tested like silver. Scatter the nations that are pleased by wars. Ambassadors will come out of Egypt. Ethiopia will offer in advance her hands to Skytis. Sing to Skytis, O kingdoms of the earth. Sing psalms to the Lord. Sing psalms to Skytis. He ascends up to the heaven of heavens toward the Estonian. Behold! He will utter his voice, the voice of virtue. Give glory to Skytis beyond Glasgow. His magnificence and his virtue is in the clouds.
I was virtuous once.
Skytis is wonderful in his saints. The Skytis of Glasgow himself will give virtue and strength to his people. Blessed is Skytis. Hello, cat peasant. Psalm 68. Psalm 69. Nuts! Until the end. For those who will be changed. Of David. Save me, O Skytis, for the waters have entered, even to my soul. I have become stuck in a deep quagmire, and there is no firm footing. I have arrived at the height of the sea.
A deep what?
What? Deep quagmire.
Isn't that like a character from Family Guy or something?
Go on.
I wasn't, no.
A rubber Family Guy.
I believe you've done that.
I have arrived at the height of the sea, and a tempest has overwhelmed me. I have endured hardships while crying out. My jaws have become hoarse. My eyes have failed. Meanwhile, I hope in my Skytis. Those who hate me without cause have been multiplied beyond the hairs of my head. Okay. My enemies who persecuted me unjustly have been strengthened. Then I was required to pay for what I did not take. O Skytis, you know my foolishness, and my offenses have not been hidden from you. Let those who wait for you, O Lord, the Lord of hosts, not be shamed in me. Let those who seek you, O Skytis of Glasgow, not be confounded over me. For because of you, I have endured reproach. Confusion has covered my face. I have become a stranger to my brothers and a sojourner to the sons of my mother. For zeal for your house has consumed me, and the reproaches of those who reproach you have fallen upon me. And I covered my soul with fasting, and it has become a reproach to me. And I put on a haircloth as my garment, and I became a parable to them. Those who sat at the gate spoke against me, and those who drank wine made me their song. But as for me, truly, my prayer is to you, O Lord. This time has pleased you well, O Skytis. In the multitude of your mercy, and the truth of your salvation, hear me. Rescue me from the quagmire, so that I may not become trapped. Free me from those who hate me, and from deep waters. Do not allow the tempest of waters to submerge me, nor the deep to absorb me. And do not allow the well to close in on me. Hear me, O Lord, for your mercy is kind. Look upon me, according to the fullness of your compassion, and do not turn your face away from your servant, for I am in trouble. Heed me quickly. Hello, I am under the water. Please help me. Attend to my soul and free it. Rescue me because of my enemies. You know my reproach and my confusion and my reverence. All those who trouble me are in your sight. My heart has anticipated reproach and misery. And I sought for one who might grieve together with me, but there was no one. And for one who might console me, and I found no one. And they gave me gall for my food. And in my thirst, they gave me vinegar to drink. Let there be Let their Let their table be a snare before them, and a retribution and a scandal. Let their eyes be darkened, so that they may not see, and may their back always be crooked. Pour out your indignation upon them, and may the fury of your anger take hold of them. May the dwelling place be deserted, and may there be no one who dwells in their Skytis tents. For they persecuted whomever you struck, and they have added to the grief of my wounds. Assign an iniquity upon their iniquity, and may they not enter into your justice. Delete them from the book of the living, and let them not be written down with the just.
Wow, fucking poetic fuck.
Eloquent.
Brought to you by Teras and his half-mangled brain.
I am poor and sorrowful,
the brain
but your salvation, O Skytis, has taken me up. I will praise the name of Skytis with a canticle, and I will magnify him with praise. And it will please Skytis more than a new calf producing horns and hoofs. Let the poor see and rejoice. What?
Not like a regular occurrence?
Yeah, and it pleases Skytis when they do.
No, thanks.
Seek Skytis, and your soul will live, for the Lord has heard the poor, and he has not despised his prisoners. Let the heavens and the earth praise him, the sea and everything that crawls in it. For Skytis will save Zion, and the cities of Judah will be built up. And they will dwell there, and they will acquire it by inheritance. And the offspring of his servants will possess it, and those who love his name will dwell in it. Psalm 69. Nice. Psalm 70. Until the end, a psalm of David, in remembrance that the Lord had saved him. O Skytis, reach out to help me. O Lord, hasten to assist me. May those who seek my soul be confounded and awed. May those who wish evils upon me be turned back and blush with shame. May they be turned away immediately, blushing with shame, who say to me, well, well. Let all who seek you exult and rejoice in you, and let those who love your salvation forever say, the Lord be magnified. I am truly destitute and poor. O Skytis, assist me. You are my helper and my deliverer. O Lord, do not delay.
Is this just one guy having just a really long monologue?
No, this is the book of Psalms. This is like praiseful songs or poems or something to Skytis, pretty much.
Well, shouldn't you be like rapping them with your beanie on?
How much are you paying? Exactly.
Shit, I'll send you like 15 euros right now.
How many do I have to do?
About a few.
I'm not so sure about that one.
Oh, wow. Rude.
Psalm 70. Psalm 71. A psalm of David, of the sons of Jonadab, and the former captives. In you, O Lord, I have hope. Do not let me be brought to ruin forever. Free me by your justice and rescue me. Incline your ear to me and save me. Be a Skytis of protection and a place of strength for me, so that you may accomplish my salvation. For you are my firmament and my refuge. Rescue me, O my Skytis, from the hand of the sinner, and from the hand of the unjust and those who act against the law. I am the law. For you, O Lord, are my patience, my hope from my youth, O Lord. In you I have been confirmed from conception. From my mother's womb, you are my protector. In you I will sing forever. I have become to many as if I were a portent, but you are a strong helper. Let my mouth be filled with praise, so that I may sing your glory, your mediocreness all day long. Do not cast me off. Are you laughing at mediocreness?
I am, yes.
Huh. Interesting. Do not cast me off in the time of old age. Do not abandon me when my strength will fail, for my enemies have spoken against me. And those who watched for my soul have taken counsel as one, saying, Skytis has abandoned him. Pursue and overtake him, for there is no one to rescue him. O Skytis, do not be far from me. O my Skytis, provide for my assistance. May they be confounded, and may they fail who drag down my soul. Let them be covered with confusion and shame who seek evils for me. But I will always have hope. And I will add more to all your praise. My mouth will announce your justice, your salvation all day long. For I have not known letters. I don't know how those relate, but sure. I will enter into the powers of the Lord. I will be mindful of your justice alone, Lord. You have taught me from my youth, O Lord. And so I will declare your wonders continuously, even in old age and with grey hairs. Do not abandon me, O Skytis, while I announce your arm to every future generation. Your power and your justice, O Skytis, even to the highest mediocre things that you have done. O Skytis, who is like you? How mediocre is the tribulation that you have revealed to me? Very mediocre and evil. And so, turning back, you have brought me to life. And you have led me back again from the abyss of the earth. You have multiplied your magnificence, and so, turning back to me, you have consoled me. Therefore, I will confess your truth to you. I will confess your truth to you with the instruments of the psalter. O Skytis, I will sing psalms to you with the stringed instruments. O Holy One of Glasgow. That's a new one. But unfortunately, Skytis didn't give this one to himself. My lips will exult when I sing to you, and also my soul.
Wait. He didn't give it to himself. But then would it not be accurate to say that he gave it to himself by proxy?
That applies to... how drunk are you intending to get right now? Because that means you are missing out on quite a few ones retroactively.
We're not counting retroactively.
Well, how about proactive?
I'm not known for being a very proactive person.
Well, I mean, I'll leave it up to you. But I guess if in doubt...
Yeah, well...
My lips will exult when I sing to you, and also my soul, which you have redeemed. And even
my lips were divine.
And even my tongue will meditate on your justice all day long, when those who seek evils for me have been confounded and set in awe. Aww. Wait.
The answer is just no.
Formatting. Psalm 71. Psalm 72. A psalm according to Solomon. Holy shit, it's not a psalm for David, or by David, or about David, or fuck you, David.
Wow.
Give your judgment, O Skytis.
I didn't know you any better. I think you don't like David.
David? I liked David once. A psalm according to Solomon. Give your judgment, O Skytis, to the king, and your justice to the king's son, to judge your people with justice and your poor with judgment. Let the mountains take up peace for the people, and the hills justice. He will judge the poor of the people, and he will bring salvation to the sons of the poor. And he will humble the false accuser, and he will remain with the sun and before the moon, from generation to generation. He will descend like rain upon fleece, and like showering upon the earth. In his days,
I showered once.
In his days, justice will rise like the sun, with abundance of peace, until the moon is taken away. And he will rule from sea to sea, and from river to the limits of the whole world. In his sight, the Ethiopians will fall prostrate, and his enemies will lick the ground. The kings of Tarshish and the islands will offer gifts. The kings of Arabia and of Seba will bring gifts, and all the kings of the earth shall adore him. All nations will serve him, for he will free the poor from the powerful, and the poor one who has no helper. He will spare the poor and the indigent, and he will bring salvation to the souls of the poor. He will redeem their souls from usuries and from iniquity, and their names shall be honorable in his sight. And he will live, and to him will be given. He will live, and to him will be given from the gold of Arabia, and by him they will always adore. They will bless him all day long, and there will always And there will be a firmament on earth, and the summits of mountains. Its fruits will be extolled above Lebanon, and those of the city will flourish like the grass of the earth. Skytis?
Hey, Skytis.
I was Skytis once.
Can I share with you the my new favorite snack?
Can you what about your favorite snack?
Share the fact that this exists. It's whole garlic cloves.
I just misread that as cloves and got very confused.
It's just garlic.
But huh?
It's very like
Wait.
drying. It's like drying, crunchy.
It's garlic, but you're not licking it. It looks more like garchu. Bless you.
You fucking self-fulfilling prophecy. Fuck. Oh, that was hard. You've literally played yourself. You literally could not help to play yourself. You created an opportunity yourself, and then you fucking took it.
Of course. Nobody else is gonna do it.
Your arrogance knows no bounds.
May his name be blessed forever.
So good.
May his name remain before the sun. And all the tribes of the earth will be blessed in him. All nations will magnify him. Blessed is the Lord, Skydus of Glasgow, who alone does wondrous things. And blessed is the name of his majesty in eternity. And all the earth will be filled with his majesty. Amen. Amen. The praises of David, the son of Jesse, have reached an end. Don't you usually say amen at the end of like a prayer or the likes? Why do you then feel the need to?
I don't know, because I don't know what it means.
I don't know either, but that's just what you say at the end in church, right? And then they add the sentence, the praise of David have reached an end. Like, what? And also, this one has been about David again, for fuck's sake. Baited. Psalm 72. Psalm 73. A psalm of SAPH. How good is Skydus to Glasgow to those who are upright in heart? But my feet were nearly... What?
Oh, no, that's not how you pronounce that at all.
What do you mean?
What? Why are you mentally challenged?
What are you on about?
Why'd you just spell it out? What? That's a word, not a fucking acronym.
Do you need help, Teras?
Fucking fuck off.
I've been doing that for I don't even know how long at this point.
I'm paying attention, shut up.
I don't know how many months it's been. How good is Skydus to Glasgow to those who are upright in heart? But my feet were nearly moved, my steps had nearly slipped. For I was zealous over the iniquitous, seeing the peacefulness of sinners. But they have no respect for their death with one F, nor do they have support in their wounds. They are not with the hardships of men, nor will they be scourged with men. Therefore arrogance has held on to them. They have been covered with their iniquity and impiety. Their iniquity has proceeded as if from fat. They have parted from the affection of the heart. They have thought and spoken wickedness. They have spoken iniquity in high places. They have set their mouth against heaven, and their tongue has traversed the earth. Therefore my people will be converted here, and fullness of days will be found in them. And they said, how would Skydus know? And isn't there knowledge in high places? Behold! These are sinners, and, abounding in this age, they have obtained riches. And I said, so then, it is without purpose that I have justified my heart and washed my hands among us, the innocent. And I have been scourged all day long, and I have received my chastisement in the mornings. If I were to say that I would explain this, behold, I would condemn this nation of your sons. I considered, so that I might know this. It is a hardship before me, until I may enter into the sanctuary of Skydus and understand it to its last part. So because of deceitfulness, truly, you have placed it before them. While they were being lifted up, you were casting them down. How have they been brought to desolation? They have suddenly failed. They have perished because of their iniquity. As a dream is to those who awaken, O Lord, so will you reduce their image to nothing in your city. For my heart has been inflamed, and my temperament has been changed. And so I have been reduced to nothing, and I did not know it. I have become like a Bistonian of burden to you, and I am always with you. You have held my right hand, and in your will you have conducted me, and with your glory you have taken me up. For what is there for me in heaven? And what do I wish for on earth before you? My body has failed, and my heart, O Skytis of my heart, and Skytis my portion into eternity. For, behold, those who put out themselves far from you will perish, and you have perished all those who fornicate away from you. But it is good for me to adhere to Skytis, to put my hope in the Lord Skytis, so that I may announce all your prophecies at the gates of the daughter of Zion. Psalm 73. Psalm 74. The understanding of ASAP H. O Skytis, why have you rejected us to the end? Why has your fury become enraged over the sheep of your pasture? Be mindful of your congregation, which you have possessed from the beginning. You redeemed the scepter of your inheritance, Mount Zion, in which you have dwelt. Lift up your hands against their arrogance in the end. How mediocre the malice of the enemies has been in the sanctuary. And those who hate you have been glorified in the midst of your solemnity. They have set up their own signs as a proof, as if it had been issued from on high. Yet they did not understand. As in a forest of chopped wood, they have cut down the entrances themselves. With axe and hatchet, they have brought it down. They have set fire to your sanctuary. They have polluted the Skytis tent of your name on earth. They have said in their heart, the whole group of them together, let us cause all the Fistonian days of Skytis to cease from the land. We have not seen our proof. There is now no prophet, and he will no longer know us. How long, O Skytis, will the enemy place blame? Is the adversary to provoke your name until the end? Why do you turn your hand away, even your right hand, from the midst of your sinews until the end? But Skytis is our king before all ages. He has wrought salvation in the midst of the earth. In your virtue, you confirmed the sea. You crushed the heads of the serpents in the waters. You have broken the heads of the serpent. You have given him as food for the people of the Ethiopians. You have disrupted the fountains and torrents. You have dried up the rivers of Ethan. Yours is the day, and yours is the night. You have made the morning light and the sun. You have made all the limits of the earth. The summer and the spring were formed by you. Be mindful of this. The enemy placed blame against the Lord, and a foolish people has incited against your name. Do not hand over to Bestonians the souls that confess to you, and do not forget the souls of you, and do not forget the souls of your poor until the end. Consider your covenant. For those who have been darkened upon the earth have been filled by the iniquity of the houses. Do not allow the humble to be turned away in confusion. The poor and the needy will praise your name. Rise up, O Skytis, judge your own case. Call to mind the accusations against you, which are made by the foolish all day long. Do not forget the voices of your adversaries. The arrogance of those who hate you rises up continually. What is this? Are they just trying to... This is a fucking court hearing?
Mm-hmm.
Rise up, Skytis, judge your own case. Like, what the fuck? Call to mind the accusations against you. The hell? Psalm 74. Psalm 75. Until the end. May you not be corrupted. A canticle psalm of ASAP H. We will confess to you, O Skytis. We will confess, and we will call upon your name. We will describe your wonders. While I have time, I will judge justices. The earth has been dissolved, with all who dwell in it. I have confirmed its pillars. I said to the iniquitous, do not act unjustly, and to the offenders, do not exalt the horn. Do not exalt your horn on high. Do not speak iniquity against Skytis. For it is neither from the Estonian, nor from the west, nor before the desert mountains. For Skytis is judge. This one he humbles, and that one he exalts. For in the hand of the Lord there is a cup of undiluted wine, full of consternation. And he has tipped it from here to there. So truly, its dregs have not been emptied. All the sinners of the earth will drink, but I will announce it in every age. I will sing to the Skytis of Jacob. I will break all the horns of sinners, and the horns of the just will be exalted. I will break all the horns of sinners. So either humans had horns back then, or animals can be
very horny.
Or animals can be considered sinners. I don't know what's more plausible.
And the church is already racist, so I guess they hate animals too.
Psalm 75. Psalm 76. Unto the end, with praises. A psalm of SAPH, a canticle to the Assyrians. In Judea, Skytus is known. In Glasgow, his name is mediocre, and his place has been formed with peace. And his dwelling place is in Zion. In that place he has broken the powers of the bows and the shield, the sword, and the battle. You illuminate wondrously from the mountains of eternity. All the foolish of heart have been disturbed. They have slept in their sleep. Ah, yes, Inception.
Good one.
And all the men of riches have found nothing in their hands.
That's not what Inception means.
That's what the movie's about.
No, actually, the movie is about what Inception is actually about.
Yeah, but they do it by going to sleep within a dream.
Yeah, they do dream within a dream, but that's not what Inception means.
Yeah, but I was just talking about the movie and the memorable parts of it.
That's not what Inception means.
I never said that is exactly what Inception means, but I was talking about the movie concept.
Do not misuse Inception. I'm gonna incept your left anus.
I'm gonna contracept you.
Mm-hmm.
At your rebuke, O Skytus of Jacob, those who were mounted on horseback have fallen asleep. You are terrible, and so who can withstand you? From thence is your wrath. You have caused judgment to be heard from heaven. The earth trembled and was quieted when Skytus rose up in judgment in order to bring salvation to all the meek of the earth. For the thinking of man will confess to you, and the legacy of his thinking will keep a Feastonian day to you. Make vows and pay them to the Lord, your Skytus. All you who surround him, bring gifts to him who is terrible, even to him who takes away the spirit of leaders, to him who is terrible with the kings of the earth. Hello, Miso. It's the other horn. But you can't break that. That's not how that works.
Watch me.
What is a jaycock? Hey, Teras, what is a jaycock?
It's that one important guy in the Bible.
Correct. Actually, very important guy. One of the most important people in the Bible, I would say. Probably that, or let's just say top 5, top 10. Definitely top 10.
Oh, yeah, he definitely cracked the top 5.
Probably top 5. Who the fuck? Huh? Jesus? Who the fuck is Jesus?
No, we don't know who that is.
We're still in the Old Testament.
Never heard of the guy.
Fuck off with your spoilers. Psalm 76, Psalm 77. Unto the end, for Jeduthun, a psalm of SAPH. I cried out to the Lord with my voice, to Skytus with my voice, and he attended to me. In the days of my tribulation, I sought Skytus with my hands opposite him in the night, and I was not deceived. My soul refused to be consoled. I was mindful of Skytus, and I was delighted, and I was distressed, and my spirit fell away. My eyes anticipated the vigils. I was disturbed, and I did not speak. I considered the days of antiquity, and I held the years of eternity in my mind, and I meditated in the night with my heart, and I was distressed, and I examined my spirit. So then, will Skytus reject for eternity? Will he not continue to allow himself to show favor? Or will he cut off his mercy in the end from generation to generation? And would Skytus ever forget to be merciful? Or would he, in his wrath, restrict his mercies? And I said, now I have begun. This change is from the right hand of the Most High. I was mindful of the works of the Lord. For I will be mindful from the beginning of your wonders, and I will meditate on all your works, and I will take part in your intentions. Your way, O Skytus, is in what is holy, which Skytus is mediocre like our Skytus. You are the Skytus who performs miracles. You have made your virtue known amongst us, the peoples. With your arm you have redeemed your people, the sons of Jacob and of Joseph. The waters saw you, O Skytis. The waters saw you, and they were afraid, and the depth was stirred up. Mediocre was the sound of the waters. The clouds uttered a voice, for your arrows also passed by. Your voice, the voice of your thunder is like a wheel. Your flashes have illuminated the world.
Flashlight?
I was flashlight once. I mean, what? The earth has quaked and trembled. Your way is through the sea, and your paths are through many waters, and your traces will not be known. You have conducted your people like sheep, by the hand of osmosis and AAA rip. Never knew Skytis to be so merciful. They have that in common. True. What the fuck is this format? Why? Huh? What is this formatting? Why is this centered? This is not whatever the fuck you call it. This is not left alignment. This is why is the center alignment?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Huh?
It is really funny, but hey.
And it stops here. Bible, what the fuck is wrong with you? Psalm 78, Psalm 77, Psalm 78. The understanding of ASAP H. Oh, my people, attend to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in parables. I will speak about concepts that are from the beginning. We have heard and known such mediocre things as our fathers have described to us. These things have not been hidden from their sons in any generation, declaring the praises of the Lord and his virtues and the wonders that he has done. And he has received testimony with Jacob, and he has set a law within Glasgow. Such mediocre things he has commanded our fathers, so as to make these things known to their sons, so that another generation might know them, and so that the sons who will be born and who will grow up shall describe them to their sons. So then, may they put their hope in Skytis, and may they not forget the works of Skytis, and may they seek his commandments. May they not become like their fathers, a perverse and exasperating generation, a generation that does not straighten their heart and whose spirit is not trustworthy with Skytis. The sons of Ephraim, who bend and shoot the bow, have been turned back in the day of battle. They have not kept the covenant of Skytis, and they were not willing to walk in his law. They have been forgetful of his benefits and of his miracle, which he revealed to them. He performed miracles in the sight of their fathers in the land of Egypt.
He told them to go to war, and then they went to war, and now they're bad guys for going to war.
Can you stop questioning the Lord and just start believing?
No. You?
I am not allowed to comment on that. For my own safety. He broke the sea and he led them through, and he stationed the waters as if in a vessel, and he led them with a cloud by day, and with illumination by fire throughout the night. He broke through the rock in the wasteland, and he gave them to drink as if from the mediocre abyss. He brought forth water from the rock, and he conducted the waters as if they were rivers, and yet they continued to sin against him. In a waterless place, they provoked the Most High with resentment, and they tempted Skytis in their hearts by asking for food according to their desires. And they spoke badly about Skytis. They said, "Would Skytis be able to prepare a table in the desert?" He struck the rock so waters flowed and the torrents flooded. But would even he be able to provide bread or provide a table for his people? Yes. We're stuck in the desert. We've been graced with water. But surely he's not competent enough to give us bread and a table. Because we need a fucking table. We're starving, but give me a fucking table.
Yes, Rimworld, 8 of a table, fucking mood debuff.
Oh my god. Moses the Waterman. Who the fuck is Moses? I think you're talking about osmosis and utensils. I don't have a good one for that. Yeah, that's just...
Thanks, that's very cool.
Therefore the Lord heard, and he was dismayed, and a fire was kindled within Jacob, and an anger ascended into Glasgow. For they neither put their trust in Skytis nor did they hope in his salvation. And he commanded the clouds from above, and he opened the doors of heaven. And he rained down manna upon them to eat, and he gave them the bread of heaven. I'm sure there's plenty of puns, but I'll just leave it at that. Man ate the bread of angels. He sent them provisions in abundance. He transferred the south wind from heaven, and in his virtue, he brought in the southwest wind.
Very angular bread.
Yes, I love wind. Thank you for giving me wind. How generous of you. And he rained down flesh upon them, as if it were dust, and feathered birds, as if they were the sand of the sea. And they fell down in the midst of their camp, encircling their Skytis tents. And they ate until they were mediocrely satisfied, and he brought to them according to their desires. They were not cheated out of what they wanted. Cheated? I'm pretty sure that's the first time they used the word cheated in the Bible. Interesting for such a phrasing. They were not cheated out of what they wanted. Their food was still in their mouth. And then the wrath of Skytis came upon them, and he slew the fat ones amongst them, and he impeded the elect of Glasgow. In all these things they continued to sin, and they were not trustworthy with his miracles. And their days faded away into vanity, and their years with haste. When he slew them, then they sought him, and they returned, and they drew near to him in the early morning. And they were mindful that Skytis is their helper, and that the Most High Skytis is their redeemer. And they chose him with their mouth, and they lied to him, with their tongue. Because he surely wouldn't be able to tell. For their heart was not upright with him, nor have they been living faithfully in his covenant.
Was it just laying there vertically, or?
Their heart was just tilted.
Oh, yeah, I bet it was.
Tilted? I was tilted once. They locked me in a lobby. Counter-Strike lobby. A Counter-Strike lobby with Russians. The Russians make me tilt. Yet he is merciful, and he will pardon their sins, and he will not destroy them, and he has abundantly turned aside his own wrath, and he did not inflame his wrath entirely, and he remembered that they are flesh, with a spirit that goes forth and does not return. How often did they provoke him in the desert, and stir him to wrath in a waterless place? And they turned back and tempted Skytis, and they exasperated the Holy One of Glasgow. They did not remember his hand in the day that he redeemed them from the hand of the one troubling them. Thus he positioned his signs in Egypt and his wonders in the field of Teras. I never heard the phrase Teras before this book. That's just an interesting recap. And he turned their rivers into blood along with their rain showers, so that they could not drink. He sent amongst them a common fly, and it devoured them, and the frog, and it scattered them. And he gave up their fruits to mold, and their labors to the locust. And he slew their vineyards with hail, and their mulberry trees with severe frost. And he delivered their cattle to the hail, and their possessions to the fire. And he sent the wrath of his indignation amongst them. Indignation and wrath and tribulation sent forth by evil angels. But they're sent by him. How could they ever be evil? That implies that Skytis is evil.
Which, as we already assumed, he is.
I mean, we know that, but like the Bible doesn't. Like the Bible is tacitly admitting that.
No, the Bible is very much aware that he is evil.
Yeah, but they always portray it in a more friendly way.
No, it's more of a "you're saved, please do not resist" kind of manner.
What are the evil angles? Like 30 degrees?
69 degrees. Pretty evil angle. No, you know what's an evil angle? 89 degrees. It's when it's like almost a right angle, but not quite. Like it's just off. Just off.
What if it's 91 degrees? Is it a left angle then?
No, that's
because there's 1 degree left after a right angle. He made way for the path of his anger. He did not spare their souls from death with one F. And he enclosed the Bistonians of burden in death with one F. And he struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, the first fruits of all their labor in the sky's tents of Ham. And he took away his own people like sheep, and he led them through the wilderness like a flock. And he led them out in hope, and they did not fear. And the sea covered their enemies. And he led them to the mountain of his sanctification, the mountain that his right hand had acquired. And he cast out the genitals before their face, and he divided their land by lowercase lot to them, with a line of distribution. And he caused the tribes of Glasgow to dwell in their Skytis tents. Yet they tempted and aggravated Skytis Most High. Skytis Most High. What? And they did not keep his testaments. So
testicles.
That's not a new title, but that's a new way of combining them. I don't know if that counts, but he's now Skytis Most High. Not Skytis, Most High, but just Skytis Most High. And they turned themselves aside, and they did not serve the covenant. In the same manner as their fathers, they were turned backwards, like a crooked bow. Is a crooked turn? Guess?
Crooked? I was crooked once.
They impelled him to anger on their hills, and they provoked him to rivalry with their graven images. Skytis listened, and he spurned them, and he reduced Glasgow mediocrely, almost to nothing. And he rejected the Skytis tent of Shiloh, his Skytis tent where he had dwelt among sus men. And he delivered their virtue into captivity, and their beauty into the hands of the enemies, and of the enemy. And he enclosed his people with the sword, and he spurned his inheritance. Fire consumed their young men, and their virgins were not lamented. Their priests fell by the sword, and their widows who did not weep. And the Lord was awakened, as if out of sleep, like a powerful man impaired by wine, and then getting molested and sexually assaulted by their daughters and impregnating them.
Classic Bible.
And he struck his enemies on the back, and he gave them over to everlasting disgrace. And he rejected the Skytis tent of Joseph, and he did not choose the tribe of Ephraim, but he chose the tribe of Judah, Mount Zion, which he loved. And he built up his sanctuary, like a single-horned Bistonian, in the land that he founded for all ages. Like a single-horned Bistonian.
Just the one.
I mean, isn't that literally just a unicorn?
Horny bonk.
Horny monk?
You're a monk.
No. I can be a nun for the right price. But I'm not a monk.
Not with that attitude.
And he chose the servant David, and he took him from the flocks of the sheep. He received from him following the ewes with their young, in order to pasture Jacob his servant and Glasgow his inheritance. What a weird sentence. And he fed them with the innocence of his heart, and he led them with the understanding of his hands. Ah yes, my hands also understand certain things very well. Skytis was the most high among them. They were all pretty high probably. No, Skytis is Snoop Dogg. Just undercover. Psalm 78. Psalm 79. A psalm of ASAP H. O Skytis, the genitals have entered into your inheritance. They have polluted your holy temple.
Oh.
They have set Jerusalem as a place to tend fruit trees. They have placed the dead bodies of your servants as food for the birds of the sky, the flesh of your saints for the Bistonians of the earth. They have poured out their blood like water all around Jerusalem, and there was no one who would bury them. We have become a disgrace to our neighbors, an object of ridicule and mockery to those who are around us. How long, O Lord? Will you be... That's a question. How long, O Lord? Question mark. Will you be angry until the end? Question mark. Will your zeal be kindled like a fire? Pour out your wrath amongst us, the Gentiles who have not known you, and upon the kingdoms that have not invoked your name, for they have devoured Jacob. And they have desolated his place. Do not remember our iniquities of the past. May your mercies quickly intercept us, for we have become exceedingly poor. Help us, O Skytis, our savior, and free us, Lord, for the glory of your name. And forgive us our sins for the sake of your name. Let them not say amongst us, the genitals, where is their Skytis? And may your name become known amongst us, the nations before our eyes. For the retribution of your servant's blood, which has been poured out, may the groans of the shackled enter before you, according to the mediocreness of your arm, take possession of the sons of those who have been killed, and repay our neighbors sevenfold within their sinews. It is the reproach of the same ones who brought reproach against you, O Lord. But we are your people and the sheep of your pasture. We will give thanks to you in all ages. From generation to generation, we will announce your praise. Psalm 79, Psalm 80. Until the end, for those who will be changed. Whatever the fuck that might mean. The testimony of ASAPH, a psalm. The one who reigns over Glasgow. Be attentive, for you lead Joseph like a sheep. The one who sits upon the cherubim, shine forth, in the presence of Ephraim, Benjamin your ass, and Manasseh. Awaken your power, and draw near, so as to accomplish our salvation. Convert us, O Skytis, and reveal your face, and we will be saved. Our Lord, Skytis of hosts, how long will you be angry over the prayer of your servant? How long will you feed us the bread of tears, and give us to drink a full measure of tears? You have set us as a contradiction to our neighbors, and our enemies have ridiculed us. O Skytis of hosts, convert us, and reveal your face, and we will be saved. You have transferred a vineyard from Egypt. You have cast out the genitals and planted it. You were the leader of the journey in its sight. You planted its roots and it filled the earth. Its shadow covered the hills, and its branches covered the cedars of Skytis. It extended its new branches even to the sea, and its new seedlings even to the river. So then, why have you destroyed its walls, so that all those who pass by the way gather its grapes? The wild boar of the forest has trampled it, and a single Bistonian has laid waste to it. Turn back, O Skytis of hosts. Look down from heaven and see, and visit this vineyard, and complete what your right hand has planted, and look upon the Son of Man, whom you have confirmed yourself. Whatever has been set on fire and dug under will perish at the rebuke of your countenance. Let your hand be over the man on your right, and over the Son of Man, whom you have confirmed for yourself. For we do not depart from you, and you will revive us, and we will invoke your name. O Lord, Skytis of hosts, convert us, and reveal your face, and we will be saved. Face reveal when? Psalm 80, Psalm 81, until the end, for the wine and oil presses. There's a fucking praise song for wine and oil presses.
There's a fucking...
alcoholism much? A psalm of ASAPH himself. Okay, so he's an alcoholic. Exalt before Skytis our helper. Sing joyfully to the Skytis of Jacob. Take up a psalm and bring forth the timbrel, a pleasing psalter with stringed instruments. Sound the trumpet at the new moon on the noteworthy day of your solemnity, for it is a precept in Glasgow and a judgment for the Skytis of Jacob. He said it as a testimony with Joseph when he went out of the land of Egypt. He heard a tongue that he did not know. He turned the burdens away from his back. His hands had been a slave to baskets. You called upon me in tribulation, and I freed you. I heard you within the hidden tempest. I tested you with waters of contradiction. My people, listen, and I will call you to testify. If, O Glasgow, you will pay heed to me, then there will be no new Skytis amongst us, nor will you adore foreign Skytis. For I am the Lord, your Skytis. I'm pretty sure that's like an ancient one, but I am the Lord, your Skytis. That's pretty sure that's in there.
Sure, not.
For I am the Lord, your Skytis, who led you out of the land of Egypt. Widen your mouth, and I will fill it. But my
what a fucking phrase.
But my people did not hear my voice, and Glasgow was not attentive to me. And so I sent them away according to the desires of their heart. They will go forth according to their own inventions. If my people had heard me, if Glasgow had walked in my ways, I would have humbled their enemies as if it were nothing, and I would have sent my hand upon those who troubled them. The enemies of the Lord have lied to him, and their time will come in every age. And he fed them from the fat of the grain, and he saturated them with the honey from the rock. I do love me some honey rock.
Thorny's back.
Dwayne the Horny Rock Johnson, porn star actor. Gross, what do you mean? You're gross. Gross? I was gross once.
You still are.
I never disputed that fact. Psalm 81, Psalm 82, a psalm of ASAPH. Skytus has stood in the synagogue of Skytuses, but in their midst he decides between Skytuses. How long will you judge unjustly and favor the faces of sinners? Judge the judge for the indigent and the orphan. Do justice to the humble and the poor. Rescue the poor and free the needy from the hand of the sinner. They did not know and did not understand. They wander in darkness. All the foundations of the earth will be moved. I said, you are Skytuses, and all of you are
Skytusai.
You can do better. You are Skytuses, and all of you are sons of the Most High. But you will die like men. And you will die, and you will fall just like one of the princes. Rise up, O Skytus, judge the earth, for you will inherit it with all the nations. Psalm 82, Psalm 83, a canticle psalm of ASAPH. O Skytus, who will ever be like you? Do not be silent, and do not be unmoved, O Skytus. For, behold, your enemies have sounded off, and those who hate you have carried out a head. A head, not a head, but have carried out a head. Singular head.
Singular.
Yeah. They have acted with malice in counsel over your people, and they have plotted against your holy ones. They have said, come, let us scatter them from the nations and not allow the name of Glasgow to be remembered any longer. For they plotted unanimously. Joined together against you, they ordained a covenant. The Skytus tent of the Edomites, and Ishmaelites, and Moab, and the Hagarites, and Geba, and Ammon, and Amalek, the foreigners among us, the inhabitants of Tyre.
Tyre?
Yeah, it's literally of Tyre. Like the tire.
They sound really tired.
You gotta rev those puns up a little more.
No, yeah.
For even Azure comes with them. Ooh. They have become the helpers of the sons of uppercase Lot. Do to them as you did to Midian and Sisera, just as to Jabin at the torrent of Kishon. They perished at Endor, and they became like the dung of the earth. Set their leaders to be like Oreb and Zeb, and Zebah and Zalmunna. All their leaders who said, let us possess the sanctuary of Skytus for an inheritance. My Skytus, set them like a wheel, and like a stubble before the face of the wind. Set them like a fire burning up the forest, and like a flame burning up the mountains. So will you pursue them in your tempest, and disturb them in your wrath. Fill their faces with shame, and they will seek your name, O Lord. Let them be ashamed and troubled from age to age, and let them be confounded and perish. And let them know that the Lord is your name. You alone are the most high in all the earth. Smoke weed every day. Psalm 83. Psalm 84. Until the end, for the wine and oil presses. A psalm to the sons of Korah. How beloved are your Skytus tents, O Lord of hosts! My soul longs and faints for the courts of the Lord. My heart and flesh have exulted in the living Skytus. For even the sparrow has found a home for himself, and the turtle dove a nest for herself, where she may lay her young. Your altars, O Lord of hosts, O Lord of hosts, my King and my Skytus. Blessed are those who dwell in your house, O Lord. They will praise you from age to age. Blessed is the man whose help is from you. In his heart he is disposed to ascend. He is disposed to ascend from the valley of tears, from the place which he has determined. For even the lawgiver will provide a blessing. They will go from virtue to virtue. The Skytus of Skytuses will be seen in Zion. O Lord, Skytus of hosts, hear my prayer. Pay attention, O Skytus of Jacob. O Skytus, gaze upon our protector and look upon the face of your Christ. For one day in your courts is better than thousands elsewhere. I have chosen to be lowly in the house of my Skytus, rather than to dwell in the Skytus tents of sinners. For Skytus loves mercy and truth. Yeah, right, buddy. The Lord will give grace and glory, and he will not withhold good things from those who walk in innocence. O Lord of hosts, blessed is the man who hopes in you. And that's true, he does not withhold things from people who walk in innocence, but then he also makes rules which make it impossible to be innocent. Smart.
That is true.
Jesus was Christ. No, the names are just very unimaginative. They use the term Christ here for some types of people, and Jesus just happens to be one of them. And think of it kind of like Christ meaning like something along the lines of like what's the word? Prophet. Like Jesus Christ was just sort of Jesus the prophet. At least that's how I think the name is sort of meant, but I don't fucking know.
If only we had something where like we could just search things up and know the meaning of it.
You mean a co-host?
No, I don't have one of those.
Psalm 84, Psalm 85, unto the end, a psalm to the sons of Korah. O Lord, you have blessed your lands. You have turned aside the captivity of Jacob. You have released the iniquity of your people. You have covered all their sins. You have mitigated all your wrath. You have turned aside from the wrath of your indignation. Convert us, O Skytus, our Savior, and turn your anger away from us. Will you be angry with us forever? And will you extend your wrath from generation to generation? O Skytus, you will turn back and revive us. Right the fuck now! I demand it. And your people will rejoice in us. O Lord, reveal to us your mercy and grant to us your salvation. I will listen to what the Lord Skytus may be saying to me, for he will speak peace to his people, and to his saints, and to those who are being converted to the heart. So then, truly his salvation is near to those who fear him, so that glory may inhabit our land. Mercy and truth have met each other. Justice and peace have kissed. Truth has risen from the earth, and justice has gazed down from heaven. For so will the Lord give goodness, and our earth will give her fruit. Justice will walk before him, and he will set his steps upon the way. I'm searching furiously, but I didn't bother. I was reading about the ASAPs. There's only one, and his name is ASAP-H. Psalm 85, Psalm 86, a prayer of David himself. Incline your ear, O Lord, and hear me, for I am needy and poor. Preserve my soul, for I am holy. My Skytus, bring salvation to your servant who hopes in you. O Lord, be merciful to me, for I have cried out to you all day long. Give joy to the soul of your servant, for I have lifted up my soul to you, Lord. For you are sweet and mild, Lord, and plentiful in mercy to all who call upon you. Pay attention, Lord, to my prayer, and attend to the voice of my supplication. In the day of my tribulation, I cried out to you, because you heeded me. There is no one like you among the Skytuses, O Lord, and there is no one like you in your works. All the nations which you have made will draw near and adore in your presence, O Lord, and they will glorify your name. For you are mediocre, and you perform wonders. You alone are Skytus. Lead me, O Lord, in your way, and I will walk in your truth. May my heart rejoice, so that it will fear your name. I will confess to you, O Lord, my Skytus, with my whole heart, and I will glorify your name in eternity. For your mercy toward me is mediocre, and you have rescued my soul from the lower part of hell. O Skytus, the iniquitous have risen up against me, and the synagogue of the powerful have sought my soul, and they have not placed you in their sight. And you, large Skytus, are compassionate and merciful, being patient and full of mercy and truthful. Look down upon me and have mercy on me. Grant your authority to your servant, and bring salvation to the son of your handmaid. Make a sign of what is good, so that those who hate me may look and be confounded. For you, O Lord, have helped and consoled me. Psalm 86, Psalm 87. A canticle psalm to the sons of Korah. Its foundations are in the holy mountains. The Lord loves the gates of Zion above all the sky tents of Jacob. Glorious things are being said of you, O city of Skytis. I will be mindful of Rahab of Babylon. I will be mindful of Rahab and of Babylon knowing me. Behold, the foreigners.
Do not behold.
And Tyre, and the people of the Ethiopians. These have been there. Will not Zion say that this man and that man were born in her? And the Most High himself has founded her? And the Most High has founded her. The Lord will explain in the writings of peoples and of leaders about those who have been in her. For so the dwelling place within you is with all rejoicing. Psalm 87, Psalm 88, a canticle psalm to the sons of Korah, unto the end, for Mahalath, to answer the understanding of Heman the Ezrahite. O Lord, skies of my salvation, I have cried out day and night in your presence. Let my prayer enter in your sight. Incline your ear to my petition. For my soul has been filled with evils, and my life has drawn near to hell. I am considered to be among those who will descend into the pit. I have become like a man without assistance, idle among the dead. I am like the wounded sleeping in sepulchres, whom you no longer remember, and who have been repelled by your hand. They have lain me in the lower pit, in dark places, and in the shadow of death with one F. Your fury has been confirmed over me, and you have brought all your waves upon me. You have sent my acquaintances far from me. They have set me as an abomination to themselves. I was handed over, yet I did not depart. My eyes languished before destitution. All day long I cried out to you, O Lord. I stretched out my hands to you. Will you perform wonders for the dead? Or will physicians raise to life and so confess to you? Could anyone declare your mercy in the sepulchre, or your truth from within perdition? Will your wonders be known in the darkness, or your justice in the land of oblivion? And I have cried out to you, O Lord, in early morning my prayer will come to you, will come before you. Lord, why do you reject my prayer? Why do you turn your face away from me? I am poor, and I have been amid hardships from my youth. And though I have been exalted, I am humbled and disturbed. Your wrath has crossed into me, and your terrors have disturbed me. They have surrounded me like water, all day long. They have surrounded me all at once. Friend and neighbor, my acquaintances, you have sent far away from me, away from misery.
Did you know that water is not wet, but alcohol is wet?
Water makes things wet.
Well, actually, technically, it isn't even water. It's a liquid covering something makes something wet.
Well, then water is covered in water, thus water is wet. Checkmate, atheists.
Yeah, that is incorrect. However, like a bottle of alcohol will have water and alcohol, and they're both liquids, and then they're both making each other wet.
So kind of like you and me?
Yes. Exactly like that.
Moist. Psalm 88, Psalm 89. The understanding of Ethan the Ezrahite. I will sing mercies to the Lord in eternity. I will announce your truth with my mouth from generation to generation. For you have said, mercy will be built in the heavens unto eternity. Your truth will be prepared there. I have set up a covenant with my elect. I have sworn to David, my servant. I will prepare your offspring even in eternity. And I will build up your throne from generation to generation. The heavens will confess your miracles, Lord, and also your truth in the church of the saints. For who amongst us the clouds is equal to the Lord? Who amongst us the sons of Skytus is like Skytus? Skytus is glorified by the council of the saints. He is mediocre and terrible above all those who are around him. O Lord, Skytus of hosts, who is like you? You are powerful, Lord, and your truth is all around you. You rule over the power of the sea, and you even mitigate the movement of its waves. You have humbled the arrogant one like one who has been wounded. You have scattered your enemies with the arm of your strength. Yours are the heavens, and yours is the earth. You founded the whole world in all its fullness. You created the north and the sea. Tabor and Hermon will exult in your name. Your arms act with power. Let your hand be strengthened, and let your right hand be exalted, and your left hand be divined. Kappa. And justice and judgment are the preparation of your throne. Mercy and truth will precede your face. Blessed is the people that knows jubilation. They will walk in the light of your countenance, O Lord, and they will exult in your name all day long, and they will be exalted in your justice. For you are the glory in their virtue, and in your goodness our horn will be exalted. Ooh to the woo. For our assumption is of the Lord, and it is of our King, the Holy One of Glasgow. Then you spoke in a vision to your holy ones, and you said, I have stationed help with the powerful one, and I have exalted the elect one from my people. I have found my servant David. I have anointed him with my oil. For my hand will assist him, and my arm will fortify him. Oh wait, that's still part of the speech. The enemy will have no advantage over him, nor will the son of iniquity be positioned to harm him. And I will cut down his enemies before his face, and those who hate him I will turn to flight. And my truth and my mercy will be with him, and his horn will be exalted in my name. And I placed his hand over the sea, and I will place his hand on the sea, and his right hand on the rivers. It will invoke me. You are my father, my Skytus, and the support of my salvation. And I will make him the firstborn, preeminent before the kings of the earth. I will preserve my mercy for him eternally, and my covenant for him faithfully. And I will set his offspring from generation to generation, and his throne like the days of heaven. But if his sons abandon my law, and if they do not walk in my judgments, if they profane my justices, and if they do not keep my commandments, I will visit their iniquities with a rod, spank the fuck out of them, and their sins with a beating. Okay, close enough. But I will not scatter my mercy from him, and I will not do harm to my truth, and I will not profane my covenant, and I will not make void that which proceeds from my lips. I have sworn by my holiness one time. I will not lie to David. His offspring will remain for eternity, and his throne will be like the sun in my sight, and like the moon, it is perfected in eternity, and it is a faithful witness in heaven. Yet truly, you have rejected and despised. You have pushed away my Christ. You have overthrown the covenant of your servant. You have profaned his sanctuary on earth. You have destroyed all his fences. And you have made his territory dreadful. All who pass by have plundered him. He has become a disgrace to his neighbors. You have exalted the right hand of those who oppress him. You have brought joy to all his enemies. You have diverted the help of his sword, and you have not assisted him in battle. You have torn him away from cleansing, and you have smashed his throne down to the ground. You have reduced the days of his time. You have flooded him with confusion. How long, O Lord? Will you turn away unto the end? Will your wrath flare up like a fire? Remember what my substance is. For could you really have appointed all the sons of men in vain? Who is the man that will live? Same. Who is the man that will live and yet not see death with one F? Who will rescue his own soul from the hand of the underworld? O Lord, where are your mercies of antiquity, just as you swore by David in your truth? Be mindful, O Lord, of the disgrace of your servants, which I have sustained in my sinews among us many nations. With these your enemies have reproached you, O Lord. With these they have reproached the commutation of your Christ. Blessed is the Lord for all eternity. Amen. 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 I'm walking here.
Don't.
I hate this book.
And the book hates you.
And you want to know something really funny? And even more so fun? We're at Psalm 89 out of 150.
crunchy.
So we're a little past halfway. Terrible book. Psalm 89, Psalm 90. A prayer of Osmosis, the man of Skytis. O Lord, you have been our refuge from generation to generation. Before the mountains became uwu, or the land was formed along with the world. From ages past, even to all ages, you are Skytis. And lest man be turned aside in humiliation, you have said, be converted, O sons of men. For a thousand years before your eyes are like the days of yesterday, which have passed by, and they are like a watch of the night, which was held for nothing. So their years shall be. In the morning he may pass away like grass. In the morning he may flower and pass away. In the evening he will fall and harden and become dry. For at your wrath we have withered away, and we have been disturbed by your fury. You have placed our iniquities in your sight, our age in the illumination of your countenance. For all our days have faded away, and at your wrath we have fainted. Our years will be considered to be like a spider's web. Our years will be considered to be like a spider's web. The fuck kind of comparison metaphor thing is this? The days of our years in them are 70 years, but in the powerful they are 80 years, and more of these are with hardship and sorrow. For mildness has overwhelmed us, and we shall be corrected. Who knows the power of your wrath? And before fear, can your wrath be numbered? So make known your right hand along with men learned in heart, in wisdom. Return, O Lord, how long? What the fuck? What is this drunk rambling of a fucking psalm? What the fuck?
Yeah, I guess he is.
And may you be persuaded on behalf of your servants. We were filled in the morning with your mercy, and we exulted and delighted all our days. We have been rejoicing because of the days in which you humbled us, because of the years in which we saw evils. Look down upon your servants and upon their works, and direct their sons. And may the splendor of the Lord our Skytis be upon us. And so direct the works of our hands over us. Direct even the work of our hands.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo.
Wee woo, wee woo. Psalm 90, Psalm 91. The praise of a canticle of David. Whoever dwells with the assistance of the Most High will abide in the protection of the Skytis of heaven. He will say to the Lord, you are my supporter and my refuge. My Skytis, I will hope in him. For he has freed me from the snare of those who go hunting. I just had an idea, Teras.
I don't like your ideas.
So you know how when you're reading something out loud, your eyes are already reading like 10 words ahead as to what you're actually saying?
No. That sounds like a very foreign concept to me.
Okay, how many words ahead do you read?
I don't. I just read the word when I see it.
I don't believe that.
I don't read ahead.
Okay, well, normal people.
You not remember the utter disaster me trying to read out loud?
I know.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
Yeah. Well, most people, as far as I know, do somewhat read ahead. And I was just reading ahead and I misread a word. By the time I got to it, I read it correctly, but I think it's a pretty good idea. I just want to propose, what if we replace the word refuge with refrigerator?
I'm on my paternity leave. Not available. I've got shrimp to take care of.
Paternity? My Skytis, I will hope in him, for he has freed me from the snare of those who go hunting and from the harsh word. He will overshadow you with his shoulders, and you will hope under his wings. His truth
games.
It's in the Bible. His truth will surround you with a shield, and you will not be afraid before the terror of the night. before the arrow flying in the day, before the troubles that wander in the darkness, nor of the invasion and the midday demon. Fuck is the midday demon?
It's the demon that only shows up exactly at midday.
No, I like that. The midday demon. 1,000 will fall before you.
Maybe they just misspelled Matt Damon.
Maybe. 1,000 will fall before your side and 10,000 before your right hand. Yet it will not draw near you. So then, truly, you will consider with your eyes, and you will see the retribution of sinners. For you, O Lord, are my hope. You have set the Most High as your refuge. Disaster will not draw near to you, and the scourge will not approach your sky's tent. For he has given his angels charge over you, so as to preserve you in all your ways. With their hands they will carry you, lest you hurt your foot against a stone. So they will carry you unless you kick a stone hard enough to hurt yourself. Then they won't carry you, then you actually have to walk yourself, because you can't walk. Help, he's doing a rain summoning ritual.
Oh, sorry, I'm not actually expecting to ritual.
Well, how are you gonna bless the rains up in the UK then?
Oh, trust me, we don't need help with that. It never fucking stops raining to begin with.
But is it consensual rain?
No, it most certainly isn't.
Damn. It sounds like a lawsuit just waiting to happen.
More like a rain suit.
It's called a raincoat. You will walk over the asp and the king serpent, and you will trample the lion and the dragon. Hey, remember the dragon fight that we never got?
The lion, dragon, and the witch.
Well, the lion was the penalty, remember? Do not something lion penalty? Do not eat, I think it was?
Yeah, do not the lion.
Because he has hoped in me, I will free him. I will protect him because he has known my name. He will cry out to me, and I will heed him. I am with him in tribulation. I will rescue him, and I will glorify him. I will fill him with length of days, and I will reveal to him my salvation. Psalm 91. Psalm 92. A canticle psalm. On the day of Sabbath. It is good to confess to the Lord and to sing psalms to your name, O Most High, to announce your mercy in the morning and your truth throughout the night. Upon the 10 strings, upon the psaltery with a canticle, upon stringed instruments. For you, O Lord, have delighted me with your doings, and I will exult in the works of your hands. How mediocre are your works, O Lord! Your thoughts have been made exceedingly deep. A foolish man will not know these things, and a senseless one will not understand. When sinners will have risen up like grass, and when all those who work iniquity will have appeared that they shall pass away age after age. But you, O Lord, are the Most High for all eternity. For behold your enemies, O Lord. Wait, what? For behold, your enemies will perish. Yes, that's two separate ones. And all those who work iniquity will be dispersed. And my horn will be exalted like that of a single-horned Bistonian. And my old age will be exalted in fruitful mercy. And my eye has looked down upon my enemies. And my ear will hear of the malignant rising up against me. What's maligma?
See, Miso asked a very important question. And the answer to that question is yes.
That about seems accurate, honestly. I mean, you do know who Jaycock is, so clearly you remember something. The just one will flourish like the palm tree. He will be multiplied like the cedar of Lebanon. Those planted in the house of the Lord will flourish in the courts of the house of our skies. They will still be multiplied in a fruitful old age, and they will endure well, so that they may announce that the Lord our skies is righteous, and that there is no iniquity in him. Psalm 92. Psalm 93. The praise of a canticle of David himself. In the time before Sabbath, when the earth was founded, the Lord has reigned. He has been clothed with beauty. The Lord has been clothed with strength, which he has girded himself. Yet he has also confirmed the world which will not be moved. My throne is prepared from of old. You are from everlasting. The floods have lifted up, O Lord. The floods have lifted up their voice. The floods have lifted up their waves before the noise of many waters. Wondrous are the surges of the sea. Wondrous is the Lord on high. Your testimonies. Why does it say? Oh, it's only testimony. Only singular is replaced. Okay. Your testimonies have been made exceedingly trustworthy. Sanctity befits your house, O Lord, with length of days. Psalm 93, Psalm 94, the Psalm of David himself, the fourth Sabbath. The Lord is guidance of retribution. This guidance of retribution acts in order to deliver. Lift yourself up, for you judge the earth. Repay the arrogant with retribution. How long will sinners, O Lord? How long will sinners glory? How long will they utter and speak iniquity? How long will all who work injustice speak out? They have humiliated your people, O Lord, and they have harassed your inheritance. They have executed the widow and the new arrival, and they have slaughtered the orphan. And they have said, the Lord will not see, nor will the guidance of Jacob understand. Understand, you senseless ones among us the people, and be wise at last, you foolish ones. He who formed the ear, will he not hear? And he who forged the eye, does he not look closely? He who chastises nations, he who teaches men knowledge, will he not rebuke? The Lord knows the thoughts of men, that these are in vain. Blessed is the man whom you will instruct, O Lord, and you will teach him from your law. So you may soothe him from the evil days, until a pit may be dug for sinners. For the Lord will not drive away his people, and he will not abandon his inheritance, even until the time when justice is being converted into judgment. And when those who are close to justice are all those who are upright of heart. Who will rise up with me against the malignant? Or who will stand with me against the workers of iniquity? Except that the Lord assisted me, my soul almost would have dwelt in hell. If I ever said, my foot is slipping, then your mercy, O Lord, assisted me. According to the multitude of my sorrows in my heart, your consolations have given joy to my soul. Does the seed of iniquity adhere to you? You who contrive hardship within a commandment? They will hunt down the soul of the just, and they will condemn innocent blood. And the Lord has been made into a refuge for me, and my guide is into the assistance of my hope. And he will repay them their iniquity, and he will destroy them in their malice. The Lord our guide will utterly destroy them. The malignant, is he playing D4? Shut up, dude. No, leave that game out of here. We'll be shit talking that game later. Don't worry. Psalm 94. Psalm 95. The praise of canticle of David himself. Come, let us exalt in the Lord. Let us shout joyfully to his guide as our Savior. Let us anticipate his presence with confession, and let us sing joyfully to him with psalms. For the Lord is a mediocre skies, and a mediocre king over all skies. For in his hand are all the limits of the earth, and the height of the mountains are his. For the sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Come, let us adore and fall prostrate, and let us weep before the Lord who made us. For he is the Lord our guide, and we are the people of his pasture and the sheep of his hand. If today you hear his voice, harden not your hearts, as in the provocation according to the day of temptation in the wilderness, where your fathers tempted me. They tested me, though they had seen my works. For 40 years I was offended by that generation, and I said, These have always strayed in heart, and these have not known my ways.
I sing some psalms. Sorry, I have lisp.
I swore in my wrath, they shall not enter into my rest. I think I'm being made fun of.
That tends to be the case often.
True. Psalm 95. Psalm 96. A canticle of David himself, when the house was built after the captivity. Sing to the Lord a new song. Sing to the Lord, all the earth. Sing to the Lord and bless his name. Announce his salvation from day to day. Announce his glory among us, the genitals. His miracles among us, among all peoples. For the Lord is mediocre, and mediocrely to be praised. He is terrible beyond all skiduses, for all the skiduses of the genitals are demons. But the Lord made the heavens. Confession and beauty are in his sight. Sanctity and magnificence are in his sanctuary. Bring to the Lord you natives of the nations. Bring to the Lord glory and honor. Bring to the Lord glory for his name. Lift up sacrifices and enter into his courts. Adore the Lord in his holy court. Let the entire earth be shaken before his face. Say amongst us, the genitals, the Lord has reigned. For even he has corrected the whole world, which will not be shaken. He will judge the peoples with fairness. Let the heavens rejoice, and let the earth exult. Let the sea and all its fullness be moved. The fields and all the things that are in them will be glad. Then all the trees of the forest will rejoice before the face of the Lord, for he arrives. For he arrives to judge the earth. He will judge the whole world with fairness and the peoples with his truth. We're getting somewhat close to the Bible project file reveal.
Oh no.
Soon TM. Psalm 96, Psalm 97. This is to David, when his land was restored to him. The land has reigned, let the earth exalt. The Lord has reigned, let the earth exalt. Let the many islands rejoice. Clouds and mist are all around him. Justice and judgment are corrections from his throne. A fire will precede him, and it will enflame his enemies all around. His lightnings have enlightened the world. The earth saw, and it was shaken. The mountains flowed like wax before the face of the Lord of all the earth. The heavens announced his justice, and all peoples saw his glory. May all those who adore graven images be confounded, along with those who glory in their false images. All you his angels, adore him. Zion heard and was glad, and the daughters of Judah exulted because of your judgments, O Lord. For you are the most high Lord over all the earth. You are mediocrely exalted above all skies. You who love the Lord hate evil. The Lord watches over the souls of his holy ones. He will free them from the hand of the sinner. The light has risen for the just, and the joy for the upright of heart. Rejoice in the Lord, you just ones, and confess to the memory of his sanctuary. Psalm 97, Psalm 98. A psalm of David himself. Sing to the Lord a new song, for he has performed wonders. His right hand has accomplished salvation for him with his holy arm. The Lord has made known his salvation. He has revealed his justice in the sight of the nations. He has remembered his mercy and his truth toward the house of Glasgow. And all the ends of the earth have seen the salvation of our Skytis. Sing joyfully to Skytis, all the earth. Sing and exult, and sing psalms. Sing psalms to the Lord with stringed instruments, with the strings of the voice of a psalmist. With subtle wind instruments and with the voice of woodwinds. Make a joyful noise before the Lord our King. Let the sea be moved and all its fullness. Let the sea be moved and all its fullness, the whole world and all who dwell in it. The rivers will clap their hands. Ah, yes, the river hands. The mountains will exult together before the presence of the Lord. For he comes to judge the earth. He will judge the whole world with justice and the peoples with fairness. That's a pretty good one. Fucking clapping rivers. Like I clap your mom.
You gonna clap your nuts?
Psalm 98, Psalm 99. A psalm of David himself. The Lord has reigned. Let the peoples be angry. He sits upon the cherubim. Let the earth be moved. The Lord is mediocre in Zion, and he is high above all peoples. Oh, he certainly is high, that's for sure. May they confess to your mediocre name, for it is terrible and holy. And the honor of the king loves judgment. You have prepared guidance. You have accomplished judgment and justice in Jacob. Exalt the Lord our guidance, and adore the footstool of his feet, for it is holy. Adore the footstool of his feet, for it is holy. What the Osmosis and Triple Arab are amongst us, his priests and Samuel is amongst us, those who call upon his name. They called upon the Lord, and he heeded them. He spoke to them in the pillar of the cloud. They kept his testimonies and the precept that he gave them. You heeded them, O Lord our Skytis. You were a forgiving Skytis to them, though taking vengeance on all their inventions. Exalt the Lord our Skytis and adore on his holy mountain, for the Lord our Skytis is holy. More like, holy shit, I hate this book. Psalm 99. Psalm 100. A psalm of confession. Shout joyfully to Skytis, all the earth. Serve the Lord with rejoicing. Enter into his sight in exaltation. Know that the Lord himself is Skytis. He made us, and we ourselves did not. We are his people and the sheep of his pasture. Enter his gates with confession, his court with hymns, and acknowledge him. Praise his name, for the Lord is sweet. His mercy is in eternity, and his truth is from generation to generation. Hey, I did a flawless psalm. Let's go. Psalm 100. Psalm 101. A psalm of David himself. I will sing mercy and judgment to you, O Lord. I will sing psalms. And I will have understanding within the immaculate way when you will draw near to me. I wandered about in the innocence of my heart and in the midst of my house. I will not display any unjust thing before my eyes. I have hated those carrying out betrayals. Betrayal is kind of a shitty mechanic. The perverse heart did not adhere to me. And the malignant who turned away before me, I will not recognize. The one who secretly detracted his neighbor, this one I pursued. The one with an arrogant eye and an insatiable heart, with that one I would not eat. My eyes looked toward the faithful of the earth to sit with me. The one walking in the immaculate way, this one ministered to me. He who has acted arrogantly will not dwell in the midst of my house. He who has spoken iniquity was not guided with the sight of my eyes. In the morning I executed all the sinners of the earth, so that I might scatter all the workers of iniquity from the city of the Lord. Ah yes, you just killed every single sinner on earth on one morning.
Nice. Thanos snapped him.
How come then that people are still regularly complaining about sinners?
Well, I mean, more of them appeared later. It wasn't like you can't just become a sinner when you weren't one.
Okay, fine. Psalm 101. Psalm 102. The prayer of the pauper, when he was anxious, and so he poured out his petition in the sight of the Lord. O Lord, hear my prayer and let my outcry reach you. Do not turn your face away from me. In whatever day that I am in trouble, incline your ear to me. In whatever day that I will call upon you, heed me quickly. For my days have faded away like smoke, and my bones have dried out like firewood. I have been cut down like hay, and my heart has withered. For I had forgotten to eat my bread. Yes. I also sometimes forget to eat. What the fuck? Before the voice of my groaning, my bone has adhered to my flesh. I have become like a pelican in solitude. Okay. I have become like a night raven in a house. I have kept vigil, and I have become like a solitary sparrow on a roof. All day long my enemies reproached me, and those who praised me swore oaths against me. For I chewed on ashes like bread, and I mixed weeping into my drink. By the face of your anger and indignation, you lifted me up and threw me down. My days have declined like a shadow, and I have dried out like hay. But you, O Lord, endure for eternity, and your memorial is from generation to generation. You will rise up and take pity on Zion, for it is time for its mercy. For the time has come. For its stones have pleased your servants, and they will take pity on its land. Yes, the stones will take pity on the land. Exactly. And the genitals will fear your name, O Lord, and all the kings of the earth your glory. For the Lord has built up Zion, and he will be seen in his glory. He has noticed the prayer of the humble, and he has not despised their petition. Let these things be written in another generation, and the people who will be created will praise the Lord. For he has gazed from his high sanctuary, from heaven. The Lord has beheld earth. That's a close one, but he's not currently beholding, he beheld earth. So may he hear the groans of those in shackles, in order that he may release the sons of the slain. So may they announce the name of the Lord in Zion and his praise in Jerusalem, while the people convene along with kings in order that they may serve the Lord. He responded to him in the way of his virtue. Declare to me the brevity of my days. Do not call me back in the middle of my days. Your years are from generation to generation. In the beginning, beninging. Beninging? Inni the beninging, O Lord, you founded the earth.
Chilling.
And the heavens are the work of your hands. They will perish, but you will remain. And all will grow old like a garment. And, like a blanket, you will change them, and they will be changed. Yeah, that's usually what happens. If you change somebody, they're changed. That's how that works. Yet you are ever yourself, and your years will not decline. The sons of your servants will live, and their offspring will be guided aright in every age. Just a normal morning killer. Just a normal morning killing all sinners. At night I make love to their moms. I guess I'm not a sinner then. Sucks for my mom, I guess. Psalm 102. Psalm 103. To David himself, bless the Lord, O my soul, and bless his holy name, all that is within me. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and do not forget all his recompenses. He forgives all your iniquities. He heals all your infirmities. He redeems your life from destruction. He crowns you with mercy and compassion. He satisfies your desire with good things. Your youth will be renewed like that of the eagle. The Lord accomplishes mercies, and his judgment is for all who patiently endure injuries. He has made his ways known to osmosis, his will to the sons of Glasgow. The Lord is compassionate and merciful, patient and full of mercy. He will not be angry forever, and he will not threaten for eternity. He has not dealt... Hasn't he said on multiple occasions that you will be like walking the desert for eternity and stuff like that? He usually changed his mind later on, but like he threatens for eternity. What do you mean? He has not dealt with us according to our sins, and he has not repaid us according to our iniquities. For according to the height of the heavens above the earth, so has he reinforced his mercy toward those who feared him. As far as the Estonian is from the west, so far has he removed our iniquities from us. As a father is compassionate to his sons, so has the Lord been compassionate to those who fear him. For he knows our form. He has called to mind that we are dust. Man, his days are like hay. Like the flower of the field, so will he flourish. For the spirit in him will pass away, and it will not remain, and he will know his place no longer. But the mercy of the Lord is from eternity, and even unto eternity, upon those who fear him. And his judgment is with the sons of the sons, with those who serve his covenant and have been mindful of his commandments by doing them. The Lord has prepared his throne in heaven, and his kingdom will rule over all. Bless the Lord, all you his angels, powerful in virtue, doing his word, in order to heed the voice of his discourse. Bless the Lord, all his hosts, his ministers who do his will. Bless the Lord, all his works, in every place of his dominion. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Psalm 103. Psalm 104. To David himself, bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord, my skies, you are exceedingly mediocre. You have clothed yourself with confession and beauty. You are dressed with light like a garment, while you stretch out heaven like a tent. You cover its heights with water. You set the clouds as your stairs. You walk upon the wings of the winds. You make your angels a breath of life, and your ministers a burning fire. You founded the earth upon its stable base. It will not be bent from age to age. The abyss, like a garment, is its clothing. The waters will remain standing above the mountains. At your rebuke, they will flee. At the voice of your thunder, they will dread. The mountains ascend, and the plains descend, to the place which you have founded for them. You have set a limit that they will not cross, and they will not return to cover the earth. You spring forth fountains in steep valleys. The waters will cross through the midst of the mountains. All the wild Bistonians of the field will drink. The wild donkeys will anticipate in their thirst. Above them, the flying things of the air will dwell. From the midst of the rocks, they will utter voices. You irrigate the mountains from your heights. The earth will be satiated from the fruit of your works, producing grass for cattle and herbs for the service of men. So may you draw bread from the earth, and wine in order to cheer the heart of man. Then he may gladden his face with oil, and bread will confirm the heart of man. The trees of the field will be saturated along with the cedars of Lebanon which he planted. There the sparrows will make their nests. The leader of them is the house of the Huron. The height The heights of the hills are for the deer. The rock is a refuge for the hedgehog. He has made the moon for seasons. The sun knows its setting. You appointed darkness, and it has become night. All the Bistonians of the forest will cross through it. The young lions will roar while searching for and seizing their meal from Skytus. The sun arose, and they were gathered together, and in their dens they will lie down together. Man will go forth to his work and to his activities until the evening. How mediocre are your works, O Lord! You have made all things in wisdom. The earth has been filled with your possessions. The sea is mediocre, and its hands are spacious. There are creeping things without number, the small animals with the mediocre. The ships will pass by the sea serpent that you have formed to mock them. All these expect you to give them food in due time. What you give to them, they will gather. When you open your hand, they will all be filled with goodness. But if you turn your face away, they will be disturbed. You will take away their breath, and they will fail, and they will return to their dust. You will send forth your spirit, and they will be created, and you will renew the face of the earth. May the glory of the Lord be for all ages. The Lord will rejoice in his work. He considers the earth, and he makes it tremble. He touches the mountains, and they smoke. I will sing to the Lord with my life. I will sing psalms to my Skytus as long as I am. May my speech be pleasing to him. Truly, I will take delight in the Lord. Let the sinners fade away from the earth, along with the unjust, so that they may not be. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Why God want you to shut your mouth? Building mindset.
He's shut.
I am shut.
Yeah. You keep it shut. Wonderful sound of silence.
Can I hold your breath?
Shrimp. They're just shrimping around. They're just shrimping back and forth. It's brilliant. They decided to claim this corner where I got a little bit of moss. They just live in that corner now. Yes, Misa, I have shrimp in an aquarium. Like they're very tiny shrimp. They're a freshwater shrimp, and they're like a centimeter in size, maximum. Well, maybe centimeter and a half. They grow a bit old. They're also very colourful. They're red and yellow and blue and black and mixtures of all the above. Quite nice shrimp. Shrimp are friends, not food. Especially my shrimp. Also, my moss that I got like 2 days ago that the shrimp really like. Apparently, it came with free snails, because now there's like a bunch of little snails all over the glass. Like they're like sized of like grain of sand. They're tiny, Apparently, there must have been snails in the tank where the moss was being grown. Oh, one of the shrimp is shrimping around. He's examining the big rock. He enjoys the big rock. Well, they can't swim, but you do get water snails, and the water snails are, especially when they're small, they can't just float. The shrimp can swim. There's not going to be a shrimp can. Do not the shrimp. He shrimp. Guys, he just shrimp. Are you gonna like end the stream, or are you just gonna sit here with me talking and you silently sitting there for the next half an hour? I mean, you will get bored eventually, mind you. You can't do this forever. We both know it. Although it is increasingly more comedic the longer it goes on. Like it's already went on for an impressive amount of time. Thought you would have gave up quite quickly, but you know, I guess you are known for your persistence. I can't read. I'm just enjoying shrimp. A couple of them have in fact died, but it seems like most of them are fine. They're just hiding. They occasionally pop out. One of the blue ones is eating the plant. He's on top of a plant. I ordered the shrimp on Amazon and they came in a box. In a bag filled with water. That's just ordered it on Amazon. Why would it not have worked? There's what was wrong? Fish people send fish in bags in the post all the time. Although these particular shrimp weren't packaged very well. Usually you would have the bag with the water and it would be wrapped in some kind of bubble wrap and whatever. But I mean, like a really big fish might not survive, but a very small fish, you underestimate how little it hurts them when you like shake it. Like the shrimp are so small that even if you're holding them in a bag and the bag is tied and you're just shaking it, you're not gonna hurt them because they're small. They're just kind of float about and they're like, I don't know, loose leaves or something. They're very small and lightweight. So, and I mean, that's again bag and then bubble wrap and then in a box and then you put fragile in the box. Not that everyone's going to be fragile, but at least they're not going to sit on it. But yeah. And I was going to buy snails, but now I just have snails. Just to wait until they grow up. Ah, the shrimp went back to his little corner. The shrimp corner. The corner of shrimp. There's genuinely about at least a dozen snails that I've counted so far. Probably more in places I can't see. There's like 4 in the back glass. There's like 3-ish in the front glass. There was one there on the side a while ago. There's at least 2 or 3 that I've seen on a big rock. Have a big rock, and there's a few on the rock. Oh no, I got it from Amazon as well. It's proper like water moss, not like just regular moss. I also, in fact, ordered it from Amazon, and it just came in a bag. Although without any water, because water plants can survive without water for a few days, so perfectly fine just to literally put them in an envelope. No, the snails were free. They weren't a part of the equation. They must have just grown. They must have just had snails in the same tank as the shrimp. the shrimp, the moss, and then they must have, I don't know, the snails lay eggs, or do they just lay tiny snails? I don't know, whatever snails do. Snails must have done snail things in the moss, and then they grabbed the moss and put it in the envelope. And then when I got it, put it in. They fill off the moss as I put the moss in, and then the water filter, which circulates the water as well, blowing about the place. And now they're everywhere, genuinely just all over the place. Pretty sure there's like two on top of the thermometer. They're just chilling there. They're genuinely like grain of sand sized, and they're like they have no like coloration, so they're like clearish. There's one that's slightly bigger, like 3 millimeters in size, and he's been doing all. He spent all this time floating on top of the water, upside down, sucking up the biofilm that forms on top of the water. Because plants, so you end up with like this like almost oily looking film on top of the water. And apparently that one snail has just been fucking going at it. He's just sitting there upside down and just sucking the biofilm up. He really likes it by the looks of it. And I did see some other weird small things that were actually moving. Like they were like again absolutely tiny, but they were sticking to the glass and moving about in organic ways. So there is things in this tank I don't know what they are. I don't know if it's just some like microorganisms or some kind of small things that will grow into bigger things, or if they'll just remain small. Either way, this is like fun. I'm enjoying my tank. Very, very fun to look at. This has been a very, very good purchase. I want a fucking refund. You fucking unit. I don't even know if I'm gonna have fish in this tank. I was going to, but now I don't know. Because the fish might eat all the shrimp and or the snails. I might get a pleco. They're fun. Yeah. I might get like you get like plecos, but they're like really small and long. I think they would do fine. I think so far just shrimp and snails are gonna be A-okay. Had a bunch of plants. And vegetarian fish. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'll just ask the fish breeder, are the fish vegan friendly? Oh. Oh. That one shrimp is just sitting in the plant, in the leaves of the plant, just chewing away. He enjoy. I think the one thing I will get once it's payday again, I will just get more shrimp. I mean, this shrimp are quite good at just producing quite quickly, but I don't know how many are actually left alive in there. There's like at least 5 or 6 from the like 10 I bought. It's kind of hard to tell because they're just hiding. It does help because a lot of them are different colors. So you see a blue one and then you see a red one. You're like, well, there's at least 2. There's like 6-ish. Yeah, just shrimping. Yeah, that's the one. They just do be shrimping though. I've got like a thing coming today as well that apparently helps to make the water clearer. I don't exactly know what the fuck it is or how it works, but apparently it works wonders. Just making water that's ever so slightly cloudy to making it like really clear. I mean, the water is clear enough. Not gonna hurt the fish or anything. You don't know if they're different genders. I don't know. I mean, there probably is a way to tell, but they're like tiny, they're like centimeter sized, so you wouldn't be able to. No, I don't have a bubbler because it makes noise and I don't like noise. I mean, I have a thing. I have a filter and it has a tube that I can attach it that sticks out and then it does bubbling things. But it makes a lot of noise.
Yeah.
There's more people and they're gonna. Okay, guys. Okay, right. Hold on, guys. Right, there's. Let me catch you up. Skydus isn't talking because Buzz demands that he shuts up, and I'm talking about my shrimp. I've got a tank with freshwater shrimp, and they're guys. They're just shrimping. Honestly, they're just shrimping around. Oh wait, the one that was chewing in the leaves, he fucked off. Where did he go? Hello? Did he go back to? Maybe he went back to. Maybe he just went back to his corner. The my shrimp have a corner that's filled with moss, and they like it, so they go there. They're just chilling in the corner. Although there are significantly less. No. There's. I think most of them are still there. I don't know where that blue one went. It just kind of. I looked away for one moment, and they just left. He just fucked off. He's not here, guys. I don't know where he went. Maybe he went that way. I mean, hey, guys. I mean, the shrimp just make the content. I don't barbecue. Unfortunately, Cap hasn't. Oh yeah, Toa. I all do. Apart from the shrimp, I bought moss because I wanted to have moss in my fish tank. So I bought moss, and the moss came with free snails, like tiny, they're like tiny snails, but they weren't supposed to be a part of the equation. Moss, 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 like underwater moss, and yeah, there's like dozens of genuine, about at least a dozen or so really, really, really tiny snails, like tiny, freshly born baby snails. So presumably, at least a few of them are gonna grow up to be bigger snails. And I'm gonna have snails. I was gonna buy snails anyway, but now I don't have to. Yeah, there's like at least 3 of them, 2 or 3 of them in the shrimp corner now. Which means the rest of them are doing. They're running errands, guys. I think they're just running errands. Yes, they're underwater snails. Those are. I was gonna get those. Well, Skydus is silent because usually when we read the Bible, I put some kind of picture to indicate that I'm done reading the Bible, and as you can see on the screen, I put the thing that God wants Skydus to show up, and Skydus decided to take that very literally for some reason, and he just hasn't said anything in like 20 minutes now. He's just been living his best life, just silently. And because I didn't know what to do or say, I've just started talking about shrimp. And I like shrimp. I'm genuinely fascinated by shrimp. I was just a couple of weeks ago. I was just minding my own business, watching YouTube videos, and I came across a YouTube video that was suggested to me about just a guy making an aquarium, and I was like, oh, that's quite cool. And then I just kept clicking next video, and I just spent the entire weekend watching aquarium videos. And as luck would have it, once upon a time I tried to have a terrarium with ants, but then it didn't. The ants didn't live for very long, and then I just had a glass tank that I wasn't using, so I repurposed it for an aquarium. And yeah, there's a big rock in it, a bunch of plants, and now some moss, and a bunch of snails and shrimp. Because guys, they're just shrimping, honestly. Just tiny shrimping around, doing shrimp business. They are genuinely like tiny. They're like saying they're a centimeter in size. That's like the maximum they grow. Like that's the adult size. Yeah, I'm too lazy for a shrimp cam. That's too much effort. Shrimp. Hold on. There's one shrimp that's kind of visible. I'll see if I can. Let me see if I can shrimp cam. Hold on. Just bear with me here. Yeah. 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 Wet shrimp. Hold on. Get that red shrimp. Hold on. It would be easier if I could actually see what my camera's showing a bit more real time. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. There we go. That's a shrimp right there in the middle. It's a red shrimp. He's small. It's a bit blurry because the camera. That's a fucking shitty camera. But yeah, this is just a corner of the aquarium. They're just chilling in there. They just chilling in there. They enjoy. For some reason, they just. I put the moss in, and then like a day later, there was like 4 shrimp in that corner. So they're just chilling in that corner. They've claimed it as their own, and I think a couple of them went to. There's one. There's a blue one just swimming around. He just shrimping. Shrimptus. I don't know what he's eating, but canned mushrooms sounds really funny. I wish he was eating canned mushrooms because that would be fucking hilarious. Yeah, that looks like mushrooms. Under the shrimp. I can honestly just look at this tank all day. It's very relaxing. There's on one side where the filter is, there's like a very slight breeze going over the plants. So one side of the tank has the plants are swaying, and it's also causing the water to ripple a little bit. So on the floor, from coming from the light, there's like a little rainbowy effect from all the light reflecting off the wobbly water. And on top of the water, I also have duckweed, I think it's called, like little floating leaves, and they have these like roots that are hanging down. So if you're looking like below the water level, you can like see all the like little roots hanging, like little green strands. Like again, they're very tiny, but they seem to be growing quite well. See how long they get. Yeah, you should get some shrimp. They're like one of the easiest things to keep alive in a tank. Very low maintenance. They literally eat everything. You know, they're scavengers, so you can get proper shrimp food, but they apparently they genuinely see everything. One guy that on the forum suggested that he just tosses a bit of like cut cucumber and he just eats the cucumber. I feed them. I have like proper shrimp food that I toss in a little bit every now and then, but they mostly just eat the algae and the plants and things. They're not very picky. They just eat everything. I may have gone a bit overboard with the food the first time, so there's like a lot of food lying about. But I'm sure it'll be fine. I've got like a little testing kit, like one of those like strips of little patches on it, and you dip it in the water and you put it against the bottle, and it changes color to tell you like if any of like the chemicals are in like bad like too much or too little or whatever, so you know when to like add something or change water or whatever you. Oh hey, the blue one's down here in the corner near the thermometer. He enjoys it. Oh, he touched the thermometer and it scared him. He's afraid of the thermometer, guys. Oh, he's fucking going for it. That's one aggressive shrimp. He's like swimming against the current because that's where he's struggling. He's trying that one. He's really trying. That's from constantly eating. Yeah, I like that one. That's a good one. Yeah, they pretty much are. Kind of what shrimp do. They rest, and when they stop resting, they eat. And I had a lot of plants, quite a lot of plants in the in this tank before I had the light in. So a lot of the plants started to kind of wither a little bit, and now that they're going back, they still have these little like dead bits that are just kind of flopping about. So it gives the shrimp plenty of things to eat. Oh, there's another shrimp, like crimson shrimp. He's like a pinkish. He's like transparent, but he's kind of pinkish as well. They're like pinkish dots almost. The shrimp went near the water filter and it blew him, and he went flying with the current. It's like a water ride for the shrimp. Although I don't know, he actually would have enjoyed it because shrimp. Very nice. I enjoy shrimp. Right, I think we've shrimped for long enough. I'm gonna. Oh no. Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. Well, you guys do whatever it is that Skydis plans to do. I'm gonna head out. Have fun.
Like Not quite. I could just enable the music at any point by doing this. I just decided not to because it would be funny at this point. But also today I learned that apparently what you see is not what you get in OBS. Oh, you know what? As well. Stay on this scene. Hold on. Cannot reveal my secrets. Also stream title and stuff. Oh yeah, I also need to do this. Set down Bible. Okay, good. Yep. Of course, I prepared something because obviously, who the fuck do you think I am? So this is basically going to be my script for the video. Guess, well, first of all those of you that don't know what the fuck this is, I'm gonna remake my tier list for Diablo-likes. This time with a little more planning and all that, and obviously a fuck ton more games. And that's what we're gonna be doing today. For now, at least. I don't know when the fuck I'll get around to making the video, as I said previously, but this is just gonna be some preparation. So I'm gonna have to, well, obviously intro the video telling people what it's about, and then also telling them that I played most modern Diablo-likes. Then explain the tiers. I haven't really figured out good explanations. I guess we'll just get them figured out as we go. I mean, F is just the absolutely avoid. Not going to be many games in there, but yeah, and then obviously need caveats in there. So like something about that I don't want to talk about MMOs. So like Lost Ark, for example, Undecember. Stuff with time gating and or pay to win, that's just fuck that. I will be including mods, so you know, if I give a game, I might give a mediocre game a good rating if it has a lot of good mods. And then also, the whole thing will be split into 2 videos, because some people complained, for example, that they don't consider Borderlands a Diablo-like, so since this list is quite long, actually, as you will be seeing soon enough, I'm just gonna have a second video as a sort of follow-up thingy, and obviously only talking about PC. I don't know, there might be more caveats I have to add later on. Well, and then we have the list. Oh, it's actually not as long as I thought, never mind. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games. Diablo 4 is not on here because I haven't played it, the full version, so obviously I can't evaluate it. No, obviously, there's way more. Yeah, so I previously already compiled a list of all the games. I mean, if there's something you think is missing, let me know. There's always a chance I either forgot about a game or don't even know of a game's existence. Also, release, I mostly just got that from either Wikipedia or Steam, but could always be wrong. And price, I'm probably going to do that last, or later on at least. So just check what the current base price is and also what it usually goes on sale for. And how long one playthrough lasts. Obviously, that one is also depending on how much of a completionist you are.
If you put Diablo to be, you are a caveman.
I mean, have you seen this place? This is my man cave. I'm clearly a caveman. Yeah, so length of one playthrough that it took with my playstyle. Like, that's not really supposed. Maybe I should like playthrough, not an absolute measure, just relative. So like if one game takes me 60 hours, it might take someone else only 40 or maybe 100 hours. But if one game takes me 60 hours and another takes me 100 hours, then you can assume that the game with 100 hours is significantly that has significantly more content and thus playtime for you, regardless of if you're a completionist or just rushing. I mean, obviously, it doesn't exactly translate one-to-one because some games might have a super short main story and a bunch of side quests, or vice versa, but yeah, that's the idea. And then for the tiering, yeah, I don't know, I'm just gonna go with A to F because I never really understood why have an S tier? It's kind of like how everybody does it, but like, why? You're clearly going by letters from the alphabet. So A is the first, and that's the highest. Why does there need to be something above S? And then arbitrary ones above, like SS or S plus or whatever. No, fuck that. Also, I might do more or less tiers. That's just... We'll figure that out. Start with the juicy stuff. No, fuck you, I'll do whatever I want. Did you play all these games? No, but most of them. Okay, that's man. There you go. Pep hasn't figured it out. You missed the shrimp. Well, we'll shrimply have to deal with that when we get to it. I don't think the Germans want to rate things as. Are you sure? I'm trying to think what I want to use as a baseline. Because some game obviously needs to be the baseline that you rate everything else around. It can't be Path of Exile because that's too high tier. Maybe even, I think I might use Diablo 3 as a baseline, just because I think it'll piss me off. And that seems like, actually, it might be somewhat in the middle. I think I'm gonna put like a C minus, just... Stuff may change later on, but that's like C, but maybe a D. Okay, so that's our baseline. So if Diablo 3 is a C minus, then... Oh yeah, and also every game that's italic, that's gonna be in the non-main video. So Borderlands. Chronicon is a true Diablo-like. Deathspank. While it plays somewhat like a Diablo, you don't really have abilities. You don't have random loot, but the combat is similar, so that's why it's kind of like that. If they are all Diablo-like, shouldn't that be the baseline? What? No, I mean the baseline as in what... I want something that's in the center that I can anchor everything else around. And if I were to use, for example, Diablo 1 as a center, then there's not that much room below, because while I love the game, to be fair, nowadays, the game doesn't have a lot of content. It doesn't look particularly great. It doesn't play very great in terms of quality of life features, so it's not a particularly amazing game nowadays. So if I were to put that in the middle, then that would significantly skew everything, skew everything upwards. So I want something that I probably put in the middle. But obviously, the whole point of this is that I'll just figure things out. So I'm gonna start Chronicon. Okay, you know what? Let me get the hours. On games, I think it's like 70. Chronicon 72 plus end game, not just campaign, because obviously. Why did I put that there? What the fuck am I doing? 72 hours. I should probably also specify plus ancient beast. What the fuck am I writing? Yeah. Ancient Beasts being the DLC for the game. So it's definitely not A, because there's not enough going on. Also, there's a good chance I'll be moving Diablo 3 down a tier, but I don't know if I want to put this in A tier either. Like, the game was pretty cool for what it was and for the price and everything, but lack of online multiplayer and just it doesn't have as big or ambitious of a scale, but everything kind of had a purpose. Like, you have various endgame things. You have like a boss rush endgame mode. You have sort of like rifts in Diablo where you go through dungeon levels and then a boss spawns once you've killed enough monsters in that. And then there's they'll scale up, and I think there's one or two other things as well. And they all have separate purposes. You know, one of them is really good for experience early on. Other one gives you a lot of good materials for creating certain things. Then one of them gives you materials for one-time really big weapon upgrades. And then later on, it's actually best to do normal dungeons for experience and not the boss rush anymore. And it's actually, you know, there's a decent variety in the end game, considering how small scale the game is. So maybe a B- for now. Or maybe I'll also just add another tier or just shift things around. I don't know. Diablo 1 is always tough. Because it's mostly carried by nostalgia and atmosphere. But like content-wise, it has less to offer than Diablo 3 in terms of content and longevity. And they ruined Diablo 3's longevity, which, to be fair, was literally just level grinding, but it kept me busy for some time, but they ruined that with the release of Diablo 4. I think I'm gonna put this in a C for now. And then Diablo 2 maybe in a B-. Resurrected probably in a B, maybe even... No, not B+. Okay, Diablo 4, I don't know, because I haven't played. I only played the beta, which was terrible, and I've seen the reviews, which basically are playing through the story is okay, endgame is awful, so probably D-. If the problem is it's always online, and you have the season pass stuff that you have to buy. Although as far as I know, it's only cosmetic, but I don't fucking know. Yeah, so just always online will significantly lower the rating for me. Yeah, this one is an easy one. Literally do not play this game. There's nothing I need to explain. Dungeon Siege 1. It's been ages since I played the single player mode. I only played multiplayer a few years ago with Cat Peasant and Xavier, and it does some cool things, but I very much remember that the itemization is super bland, because there's about 3 stats you want on your gear. More life, maybe more attributes so you can wear more gear, and just I don't even know if the attributes increase your chance to hit and damage and such. And then maybe also plus to certain skills. So like plus to combat magic, so you can use other spells and such. And towards the end of the game, it gets very grindy as well. So like it's basically impossible to max a character in Dungeon Siege. Like reaching level 150, I think somebody said it takes you like 30 years of non-stop running the absolute highest area, highest level area in the game. So if we just ignore that, you have to walk back there every single time you boot up the game or start a new run and all that. It's like literally 20 years or something of non-stop running. It was something ridiculous, but obviously it's just supposed to be unreachable. And game is very ugly nowadays, like the early 3D graphics stuff, you know, kind of like Monkey Island 4. Diablo 2 has its distinct visual look. It's stuck to the more 2D-like, so that's why old Diablo 2 actually still looks decent to this day. But Dungeon Siege 1? Like an E+, maybe? Like it's not a terrible game, especially because you can get it for relatively cheap, but there's just so many better things out there. Dungeon Siege 2 I haven't played in ages, so it's a little tough to tell. And I've never played Broken World, the expansion, so don't really know. Probably D-. Dungeon Siege 3. I don't think I can properly rate this. So I just remember that I didn't like it because it was completely different and not really a Diablo-like. So probably E- even, but I mean, some people like it. Xavier likes it, so it can't be that terrible. Before second endgame content first and foremost. Yeah, but if the story is 50 hours and the story is fun, is it that bad that it doesn't have that much endgame? Like, sure, more endgame would be nice, but if you already got your 50 hours worth of fun and interesting story and whatnot, then theoretically it could be okay. Obviously, story is not particularly good, as many people pointed out, but I'm just saying, theoretically. I think Diablo Immortal is higher ranked than D4, and I can argue my position. Well, you have plenty of time to write up an essay. Deadline is when the stream ends, I guess. Okay, Ghost Lore. This is a tough one because I think for single player it might actually be okay. The problem is the multiplayer is so fundamentally, well, not broken, but just unpolished, that it's such a miserable experience that I fucking hated everything about it, basically. And the endgame is super uninspired as well. There's like 2 endgame things. One of them is just, so you get a random map, kind of like in PoE, with some modifiers that are a lot less interesting than in PoE, but similar, you know? Monsters deal this type, some extra damage, monsters extra speed, extra life, stuff like that, but you also find more loot. So you always get a choice of like 3 areas or so, I think. And you can reroll for a small cost or just pick one and then run it. And then running the area, you just get, well, think of it like shards or some currency in Path of Exile. And then once you have enough of those, I think they're called tickets, you can do sort of an endgame dungeon, which is just a map where you literally just have to get to the end, followed by another map where you literally just have to get to the end of it, and then another one, and then a boss. And if you do all of these, if you die, you need to get the tickets again. But I think it's a little cheaper. The first entry is always more expensive, and then, yeah, but you basically have to do 3 dungeon levels in one go plus a boss. And then you unlock a higher difficulty, you know, kind of like higher torment level in Diablo. So it's not like unlocking Nightmare or Hell, where it's just you continue at this level, but it's more like enemies are a little stronger, they drop a little more loot and all that. And then you collect more tickets, and then you do the whole challenge thing again. But this time, it's not 3 dungeon levels, no, it's 5 plus the same boss. And you do all of that, and then you unlock the equivalent of Torment 3. And then you do the same, and then it's 7 levels and so on. I don't know how far it goes, but I think the last one I did, which was to unlock 4 or 5, was 11 or 13 levels or something. At a level, even if you kind of rush through it, I think like the entire run took me like over half an hour. I think it was like 45 minutes of that dungeon thingy to unlock the next difficulty. And it goes up to whatever it's called, 8. So like at that point, you just have to sit down and play a dungeon for like over an hour. You're not allowed to die, obviously. And then to unlock the final difficulty, and all for just fighting slightly stronger enemies. Like, yay, wow. On the plus side, though, you can very deterministically improve your gear. You can like reroll specific stats on your gear, like in Diablo 3, but you can reroll each stat if you want until you get what you want, and then reroll until you get the roll, like the range of it that you want and all that. So, like, if you put in the time, you can theoretically get perfect gear, which I guess for an offline game, it seems good, but gameplay was just kind of all over the place. I think a D. I put it above Diablo 3. No, wait, did I put that in C, right? Maybe that's a D+. I need to reevaluate. No, you know what? Actually, Ghost Lore is below Diablo 3. Like, Diablo 3 is always online, which sucks, but at least there's some content, and it's varied and more engaging than what the fuck you got in Ghost Lore. Very basic. Okay, Grim Dawn, that's an easy one. A B, maybe even B+. What are they called? Ashes of Mammoth or something? And then there's Forgotten Gods or something. I know there's a new one coming next year, but those are the ones I played. Oh yeah, also playtime. That's pretty much exactly 100 hours. I remember that. What else do we have? Diablo 1. How long does it take a casual player to play through Diablo 1? And to be fair, we'll have to assume single player, so just one difficulty. So, been ages since I've seen somebody like on their first playthrough, but 30 hours, is that a fair guess? 20 hours, yeah. Let's just say 25-ish. So, and if you were to do multiplayer, so you play all the way up to hell, it's a lot more grinding because enemies are tankier, you get less experience and all that, and obviously you need to go further. But also, once you're done with normal, you know what to expect on Nightmare, so... I remember that it was exactly 100 hours for me to... Or almost exactly 100 hours to get to max level, but... So I want to say... 40-ish, maybe, if you do a multiplayer? Diablo 2, that's... I don't like D4 or DI, but DI is more successful than D4. Yeah, successful in what metric? And also, it's not about success. This is like how I rank the games, as in, which games should you play? So the games in A tier, those are the ones that pretty much anybody that has interest in Diablo-like should play. B is, well, if you played the ones in A and you want some other really good ones, play those and so on, and then it's not about how well the games are doing. So for Diablo 2, if you play all the way through hell, especially if you're new to the game, you don't know about a lot of the mechanics and resistances, and you I guess if you do it blind, it's going to be significantly worse. But even if you look up rune words, you might not know, for example, how important plus to skills is versus other things. So it's probably going to be pretty long, right? 50 hours? It's been too fucking long, but let's just say 50 hours. Resurrected. Don't see why it would be any different. Diablo 3, I mean, what's the playthrough? Maybe I should also specify what I'm talking about. Campaign plus... what's it called? You know what? I should do this differently. Let me check one thing. Oh wait, I can't. I think it was like 15 hours for campaign, and then 72 hours. Let's just say. Yes, let's say 70-ish with endgame as well, so 17 total. Not surprised, to be honest, but also sad. Yeah, I mean, they have much bigger margins on that game, probably. Like, just in terms of players willing to spend for Diablo 4, that people buy the game once and then they just play and don't spend anymore, especially right now. Like, in the future, people might spend more on Diablo 4, but a lot of people got the deluxe edition or whatever, where they got a free battle pass. So in future seasons, people might pay because they already used their free one. Whereas with Immortal, it's just, well, if you have the mobile player base that's already willing to pay, and you can monetize it and incentivize monetization from the get-go, like in-game spending. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I specifically avoided OP magic and all, but I guess on the other hand, if you don't know how the game works, it's and I did it in single player. You know what? Yeah, I don't think 100 hours is too overkill for max level. Like, it's a fucking grind. 50 hours campaign. What else? Then you do Uber bosses and the likes. So you might do another 40-ish of endgame stuff. Say 30. Another, so it's 80. And then how long would it take you to get to level 99 if you were a new player just starting the game today, so you don't have a fucking clue what you're doing? Even if you looked stuff up, it's still... That's like hundreds of hours, right? Thank you, Teras. Yes, 99 on D2. I think the highest I've done legitimately was 92, so... So I guess let's just say 200 plus hours for max level. Okay, Diablo 3 campaign. I mean, they changed a lot, so like power creep and all that, but it's not that significant early on. How long does it take you to get through the campaign nowadays? You're new. I mean, they only have one difficulty, so it's significantly shorter. So 20, maybe? Campaign. And then, well, endgame you have however much you want, but I would say if you go for one season and just... Let's just... What's reasonable? People going for like greater with run 100, I think. So that would be maybe 50 hours? Mid-end game? 100 plus would be if you really go deep into the late end game. Although it might be different now because of the Paragon changes, actually. You could always have the item hunt, but you max out your Paragon now, so it's probably, let's just say around 100 hours likely. Diablo 4, go fuck yourself. Does anyone remember at what point I quit? I don't even know. I don't think I was max level. And so even then I have no fucking clue how much I played. So way too much. Also time gating. Okay, Dungeon Siege. I have not a fucking clue how long the campaign takes you. Same with 2 and 3. Okay, Ghost Lore. I think it was 15 hours for campaign if you do multiplayer. And likely, from what I've read in reviews, under 10 hours if you do campaign by yourself, because it's that fucking broken in terms of balancing. And then endgame. And how far am I into the end game? I'm at like difficulty 4, whatever it was. And I've played 22 hours. So let's just say 40 hours. Next end game stuff. You could spend a lot more time in Grim Dawn. Like if you did endgame stuff, I very casually played through the story, like on all 3 difficulties, and then grinded to max level. So actually it's rather max level, little endgame stuff. Probably more. Okay, last epoch. How long does the campaign take you? Not that long. So speedrunners do it in under 2 hours. Oh no, wait, 4 hours 20 for the campaign. So yeah, like 10 to 15 is probably fair. Kind of what I was thinking anyways. Campaign. And then endgame. Like obviously infinite scaling endgame and all that, you could always improve your gear, but if we're talking endgame in terms of get all your blessings, get the right blessings, maybe with a decent roll, and get good enough gear that you can do most stuff. You know, like get your character sort of 90% of the way there, 80 to 90%, whatever. Which I think is what most people stop at, which is fair. Hold on, I can actually check that, I believe. Because that's pretty much what Rushi did when we played multiplayer. So I will just see how much playtime he has. 62 hours. Okay, so yeah. 60-hour and end game mostly like what are you? Good gear, not perfect. How would the shrimp rate Diablo? Is there a shrimp tier? There shrimply is not enough room on this table. Lost Ark. F. Time gating. Pay to win. RNG based. progression. Also, I didn't play Lost Ark. I only played the beta or demo or whatever it was before it released. I like the gameplay, but the campaigning in MMOs is just terrible. What the fuck? Just no, don't make me do stupid. That's why I hate when a game is an MMO. Fuck off with your fetch quest garbage. That is so terrible. Marvel Heroes F. Literally unplayable. Because the game is literally dead. It doesn't matter how long a playthrough takes, the game is dead. I actually played it, fun fact. Hold on. Profile. Games. Ha! Get it?
Games.
Marvel Heroes. 35 hours. I have no idea how far I got. I don't think I finished the campaign or whatever equivalent, but yeah. It is so much shit clickfest shit. What? Diablo 4 head is so much shit clickfetch shit. You're gonna have to try again. Minecraft Dungeons. Ooh. What else do we have in E tier? I think, yeah. That shit, click shit. Oh, you mean like MMO busy work stuff? Yeah, I know. One of the reasons why I didn't like the whole more MMO aspect of Diablo, because just collecting like open world collectibles and resource like gathering, like harvesting and stuff, that has nothing. That is not Diablo. Go fuck yourself if you think that. No. You might enjoy that, which is fine, but if you think that belongs in a Diablo game, fuck you. Simple as that. Okay, Minecraft Dungeons. I couldn't last more than... let's just say 10 hours. It's probably even less. But, like... how do I even say this? Okay. Minecraft Dungeons gameplay is more boring than Diablo Immortal gameplay. Ignoring the monetization, just, the actual gameplay, it's more boring than Diablo Immortal. And Diablo Immortal was already not particularly great, but Minecraft Dungeons is so fucking awful. Holy shit, it makes me mad how bad the game is. Everybody basically describes this as baby's first Diablo-like, which, fair enough, but it is so overly simplified and so... there's just basically, it feels like there's no skill involved. It's just, okay, start the mission, run through the level, do whatever the objective is, kill the boss at the end or whatever else, with super basic combat. And then, I don't even remember the itemization. That was also super, super basic. Like, everything has a gear score attached to it, and you just pick whatever has the highest gear score, because progress. Just fucking awful. I wanted to actually play it to the end because Diablo-like tier list. I couldn't. I fucking couldn't. And it also turns out... oh, no, wait. I'm not sure. Maybe I played to the end, but it has 3 difficulties. No, I think it was... well, you know what? Let me check. What does How Long to Beat have to say? I guess I can also do it here. howlongtobeat.com. How long to beat my meat? Minecraft Dungeons. Yeah, 5.5 hours. I was gonna say it's probably like more like 5 hours. Yeah, okay, so 5 hours, 1 difficulty, and there's 3. I just want you to take a moment and think. A game that came out in 2021. They took the Diablo approach of having 3 difficulties that you have to play through successively, instead of, for example, Path of Exile's approach, where you just have 1 difficulty. To be fair, obviously, Path of Exile had a lot of years of development, but they're still competing with them, so you can't just be like, well, they had a head start, so we can be shitty. But just, as a consumer, you have the choice between one game with 1 campaign that has like sort of repetition. Like if you played Path of Exile, you know Act 6 is basically sort of what's the word? Act 1 like sort of reimagined. What's the fucking word? Redux or whatever you want to call it. But there's 5 different acts, and like even those already take you as a new player over 10 hours, likely over 15. Minecraft Dungeons, I just played through, and I think in 5 hours I beat the final boss. And then I think you just select which mission you want to do from the world map. There's like 10 or 20, and then I beat the final boss, and I unlocked the next difficulty. And I was like, that's it? Hello? There's nothing else there. You just do it again. The almost 0 amount of content you just do 3 times. Terrible. And I think that might have been when I stopped, but or maybe I just looked it up online. I don't fucking know. But either way, it's fucking terrible. It has nothing redeeming about it. The only thing is, it's so simple that your 5-year-old could probably play it, and it's Minecraft, so they probably will want to. But other than that, no, fuck that. Path of Exile. Yeah, I mean, place your bets. What am I gonna put there? Shrimp tier, true. S for shrimp. No, it's obviously an A. Like, as I said previously, if it's always online, that will negatively impact the rating. But the game is just so good. It has so much content, and overall, while I hate loot boxes because they're predatory, the monetization is pretty fair, I would say. It's not truly free to play. It's more like you can play through the campaign, which is totally fine if you don't put money in. And then if you're in the end game, you can technically still play, but it's incredibly tedious. So you have to drop like 20, 30 bucks once to buy a few stash tabs for convenience. So it's sort of like an unlimited demo in a sense. Which, considering how much content it has, that's fair enough. And then I think one playthrough, it's gonna run you upwards of 30 hours. It depends on if you do it blind or not, but let's just say 30 hours, probably, for the campaign. And then I would say maybe 100 hours for endgame. Because I played, like, I don't fucking know, I played over 180 hours, I think, for this league. Obviously, I'm at the late end game, but for a casual player, like, even just to get to maps and then get to tier 16 map, maybe do some pinnacle bosses, like do the true end game stuff. You know, the mapping system, if you're familiar with that, that's more like the early end game. And then once you're at tier 16 maps and you do the Guardians, like Shaper Guardians, Elder Guardians, and then Shaper Fight, Elder, all the pinnacle bosses. Like, that's the sort of true end game. And I think 100 hours is probably, honestly, kind of optimistic for a new player. This is the pricing column, right? Okay, let's see. Free to play. Effectively must buy dash tabs at end game. One-time purchase. You know what? I'm gonna check right now. Pathofexile.com. Where can I check? Section 5 points. So I have to be logged in. No, okay. So it's $1 for 10 points. So it's probably similar for euros. Oh, they're even on sale. Perfect. Okay, so let's see. You need. I think you need one. Okay, it's 70, 110, 230. I think those are the ones that you need. Maybe a fragment tab, maybe. The rest is fine. You don't need that. 130 at 130. So like 300. Let's just say you need to drop 30-ish euros, which I'll have to say that obviously you're not going to get fancy cosmetics. If you care much about that, then it might suck. But if you don't care too much about cosmetics, Path of Exile is just an insane value offering. Like basically an unlimited demo that you can play, and then you need to drop about 30 euros once, and then you're good to go. I mean, obviously you can spend more. There's like I only went for the over the most important stash ships. There's obviously others, but those are the ones where I feel like you'd need them because otherwise stuff will take a lot of space. Obviously, you want to get every single one. You may be looking more towards like $80, but even that, considering how much time I've sunk into the game, that's totally fair. Since it gets continually updated, new stuff every 4 months with a new league and all that. So, yeah. Superfuse, I don't really know. The problem is it's still in early access, and also, yeah, it doesn't even have how long to beat. It's still like fairly early on in early access, but 51% positive reviews is not particularly good, and the reviews mention a lot of very the teething issues that you have with early on games. Like basically this game shouldn't even be in early access already. It's not ready for early access. It's not playable enough. So I would say this is like E minus probably. At least while it's still in early access. Okay, Van Helsing Final Cut. Let me see. Van Helsing, 58 hours. So I think it was around 40 hours for campaign. And then the end game is kind of I mean, the end game is basically just you get a set of, I think, 5 randomized missions. You do one, and then you get new missions, and that's sort of it. Missions with different objectives. You know, like capture this enemy, defend an area here, clear the entire map, stuff like that. It's fairly basic, but I mean, I guess what else are you gonna do? It at least keeps it somewhat varied. It's not just always rush to the end of the map, kill the boss. So that's pretty good. I actually really enjoyed the gameplay overall. The fact that they shut down the online servers fairly recently is definitely a negative. I mean, I think you can still play via LAN or maybe even direct IP connect, but servers are down. Big suck. Probably a C. Because I had fun. I definitely don't regret playing the game. It was cool. It doesn't really bring much new to the table, other than the maybe tower defense side missions. But like, I guess we've seen that in Dungeon Defenders, and weren't that amazing? Like endgame grind, like you have unlimited levels. It's literally just Diablo 3's Paragon system. Endgame missions, just randomized stuff. We've seen that before in other games. Skill system is also not really that unique or inventive. But it doesn't do anything offensively wrong either. It's just sort of, more of what you probably already like if you're into Diablo-likes. I haven't played 1, 2, and 3 because Final Cut is sort of all 3 in one. Or at least the story of all 3 of them in one, so... Stormancer, I don't know. It's still in early access. It basically looks similar to Chronicon. I mean, you know what? We're already screen sharing. We might as well. Chronicon. Well, actually, I streamed Chronicon, so I don't really need to show much. But like, Chronicon is also that's I'll have to mention in my review. That's very much a sort of Path of Exile style. Just blow everything up. Not, if you enjoy the slower, more methodical approach to Diablo-likes, then probably not a big fan, but yeah. And then Slawmancer, I haven't looked much further into it. Just, okay, it's a Diablo-like, and it's apparently not terrible. You know, recent reviews 76% positive for an early access game. Pretty decent. Statistically looks similar to Chronicon, but I'll see when I'm gonna probably wait for it to come out and then maybe a decent discount, or if it gets close enough to release, I might get it on a discount. I can't really say anything on that. Titan Quest 1. That took for fucking ever. And it was not fun. Anniversary plus which one does Anniversary? No, wait. Anniversary includes Immortal Throne, and then were there 2 or 3 more DLCs? Fucking remember. That was the terrible one. Oh yeah, and then there was Ragnarok. Ragnarok. And Atlantis? Yeah, Atlantis. Not Fallen Embers, Eternal Embers, because I haven't played that. Yeah, so 100 hours. 3 difficulties, and then 120 hours max level with cheese. Side quest is a difficult one because I personally just didn't really like it, but I know a lot of people like it, and it has a lot of cool things in concept. It is more deterministic in terms of upgrading, like in terms of character progression. Like you find a blueprint, or you just hunt for blueprints, and then you can upgrade your relic, and then you have your improvement. Instead of in Diablo 2, for example, you have 2 ways of getting your character stronger: level up, or do a quest or something to acquire new skill points and stat points, or find an upgrade. Whereas in Titan Quest, you're still obviously farming for items that you have to find, but you might have to find 10 of this ingredient, which allows you to make this ingredient, which then allows you to combine it into this relic, which then allows you to upgrade that relic, and there you go, there's your upgrade. So you have a sort of clearer upgrade path, which is kind of cool. And there's also the monster infrequence. Like not each, but some monsters have specific items that they drop. You might see an archer that wields a cool bow, and if you kill it, it might actually drop that, and that bow has specific stats. It's kind of like think of it like a weaker unique that can be target farmed, which is really good because, early end game, or even just throughout the mid game, it's good to have something to target farm instead of just, okay, I'm just gonna keep running Bale until I get something good enough that I can continue. And in Titan Quest, it's like, okay, I'm playing a bow-based build, so I'll just look up some good monster infrequent bows and then just hunt those monsters, which is cool. But I really didn't like it. Atlantis was fucking terrible. So I think it maybe a D plus. I'm starting to think I need to move Diablo to D, Diablo 3. I'll reevaluate in the end. Let's just go for now. Titan Quest 2, it's not out. Doesn't even have a release. Try 1. There's too many other good games. It's not terrible. It doesn't really do much wrong, but it's just It's too old. Like it was when it came out, it was cool because it was a true Diablo alternative. But nowadays, meh. 20 hours. Pain. And endgame is just grinding, but I played 22 hours, so I don't really know. Titan Quest wasn't particularly amazing, but at least it has a lot of variety. So I think putting it in the same as Titan Quest, yeah. Torchlight 2? Oh no, wait, Torchlight 1 was 18.9 hours, so it's more like 15 hours campaign. Torchlight 2 is probably also around that. don't even remember the campaign structure. But the thing is, it has mod support. So like, it would probably be a D+, but with the mods, it's definitely a C. Maybe even... I don't think there's enough. I don't think I can put in a C+. There's too many better games. E-. I played it through Game Pass, and I literally just, I was like, oh cool, yeah, cool, I can play Torchlight 3. I played it, and I don't think I played even for 3 hours. It was so fucking bad. I don't even remember why. I just fucking hated it. It was awful. I don't know if it has time gating. Probably. Not pay to win. Oh, like probably time gating. Victor Ran. Hold on. I think GOG also tracks your time. I think I played something like 60 hours. Do you have any idea of the dimension of playtime, Cat Peasant? Own game. Did I have? Yeah, I have it on here. Oh, no, wait, I have 30 hours. Okay, so it's more like... Also... What was it? Motorhead through the ages. Victor Bran. Fractured Worlds. Fractured Worlds. There was like, what, 15 hours for the campaign? And then, so if we had 30 in total, then it's probably 5 hours for Motorhead? 5 hours for Fractured, but time gated, so go fuck yourself. And then probably, like, if you were to try to 100%, like, do all the challenges and all that stuff, I want to say, how much do I have? I have 30 hours, so it's like 25 hours max level, probably. 28, yeah, I have 30 something, so, because I did a little bit more, and then I just realized I'm not having any fun. Also, hello, Cobra Commander. I have no fucking clue what that game is, so no. I pretty much only play modern Diablo-likes, basically. Modern, I guess, as in came out after Torchlight. You know, the old ones like Sacred 1. Well, I technically did play that, but it's so long ago I don't remember. Sacred 2, Sacred 3, but that's supposedly sort of different, kind of like with Dungeon Siege. That's one other one that people often mention. Yeah, but I don't know. And I don't think I would enjoy them because they're too old, so quality of life is lacking. And also just... the list is already big enough, basically. 25 hours for campaigns with max level, and then probably 40 plus hours all challenges, if you cared for that. Where do we put this? How do you feel about this one, Cat Peasant? Because you also played. I mean, so I know we both hated Fractured Worlds. Motorhead was a pretty cool thing overall, though, and like the base game wasn't awful. It's very different. It's pretty far away from a Diablo-like within this list, but I didn't hate it. I like C minus D plus. I feel like somewhere around there. What else? Like Torchlight 2, yeah, it's probably below Torchlight 2 because modding. Van Helsing was I really enjoyed Van Helsing. Yeah. D Ghost Lore, it's above Ghost. So yeah, so like D plus maybe. I feel okay with this for now. Motorhead was better than the rest. True. And I say that as somebody that basically knows nothing about Motorhead or that doesn't really care. It's a weird Diablo-like where you have a squad of samurais and it's weird. I think somebody mentioned it and I looked at it on GOG and I was like, okay, this is too old. I'm gonna hate it, basically. I like Motorhead a lot because Motorhead is awesome. Yeah, I mean, the Motorhead DLC, it was pretty cool, but I guess that speaks even more for it because I don't care about Motorhead. You're also missing Nox on the list, come to think of it. That's the one I'm talking about, by the way. The list is long enough. Yeah. That's another one. People keep mentioning it. When I look, oh, well, what other Diablo-likes are there? People mention Nox, and I look at it and I think I would hate it. Because it's too old. Unfortunately. Haven't played Vikings yet. I plan to at some point. It's probably not going to be particularly good based on the reviews and some of the mechanics. Warhammer Chaos Bane. Hey! Let's give it an F+. What's an E? This needs to be F+ then. Actually, Torchlight 3 because I fucking hated it. Honestly, I would probably have more fun with Superfuse. Minecraft Dungeons. If Dungeons is an E, then yeah, it needs to be below Minecraft Dungeons. Actually, I guess it's kind of on par. I don't know. The problem that I have is I think Minecraft Dungeons is probably about as bad as Warhammer Chaos Bane, but some people might like Minecraft Dungeons exactly for the reason that I hate it, which is the simplicity. And Warhammer Chaos Bane, no, I can't recommend that game to anyone. Holy fuck, that was so bad. I have 12.8 hours in there. I want my life back. Was like 8 hours of campaign. And then I tried to play endgame and I fucking hated it. Oh, I guess that's gonna go into the review. That like, there's 8 hours of campaign and then just leave it at that. But yeah, that's fucking terrible. Like, second worst game on the list. Maybe Minecraft is second worst, or this one, obviously, after the besides Diablo Immortal. This game is fucking garbage. Like, holy shit. I think I paid like €3 for it, and honestly, I didn't get a good deal. Like, even if I had the game for free, I would probably still feel ripped off because it was so mind-numbingly boring, uninspired, and just it had an interesting skill system that didn't really work out, and everything else fucking sucked. Okay, why am I 40k Inquisitor? Well, the problem is very simple. I can show you that right now. I'm still on the edge. Where is it? What the fuck was it called? There we go. So it's currently on sale for €9, which not a huge deal. Like, the pricing I could obviously afford that. That's not a big deal. The problem is, like, first of all, you could also just buy the game for €5, but if you just look at that, I don't know what. Most of these are not particularly well reviewed, but they're just like single endgame missions or something. But I mean, for the package deal, it's probably okay. And one of them is this is a new class. And then, like, some of these DLCs have good reviews. So, like, if I were to buy it, I'd probably just get the bundle. It was also very recently renamed. Before, it was Complete Collection. And then they continued releasing new DLCs, like the class that was not included. And people were rightfully pissed because you can't call it a complete collection if it's not complete. But now it's definitive, and well, I guess it's truly definitive. We'll see about that. But the problem is, recent reviews, 55% positive. Overall, 74% positive. And then if we look at the reviews, really wanted to like the game. Too many poor design choices. Okay, it's Warhammer. I know some of the Warhammer lore. I listened. I had like the first 1 or 2 books as an audiobook. I know some basics of the lore. Not a huge fan. I don't hate it. It's whatever. Fun for the first hours or so. Features fabulous build, whoever the fuck that is. Majority are basically kill all enemies. Gets old fast. To be fair, like most Diablo-likes are like that. I don't mind too much if a game is like that. I'll just sort of turn off my brain, listen to a podcast, and just mindlessly play through it. I like those types of games every now and then as well. Loot is boring and often useless. That sucks. Combat feels shallow. Okay, I guess we'll have to see. Skill tree map. Boss fights are trivial. Okay. Well, as you can see, there's a lot of negative points, and this is not just somebody that's, oh yeah, game sucks. If you actually take a look, proper grammar, punctuation, somebody actually took the time, and this is like a proper review. A lot of bugs, especially with rewards and performance. That sucks. Okay, 90% gigabyte, 90 gigabyte. I don't care. Yeah, useless review gets boring. Understandable, but honestly, if it gets boring after 28 hours for €9, I don't think that's a bad deal. Cannot connect to network. Hey. Yeah. Basically the problem. Well, way overpriced. Yeah, I mean, I'm planning on getting it on a sale, obviously. Gameplay, but where did all the server? Like, I looked at it at several points, and there were always lots of negative reviews about the servers. Had a lot of fun with this title. I like it a lot, but I will never be able to recommend as long as it's server based. Once the servers go down, game's unplayable. Fair, but I mean, I would also prefer if there was an offline mode. But if I were to get the game for €9 and get 100 hours of enjoyment out of it, even if it shuts down, which sucks, I still got 100 hours of fun out of it in that hypothetical scenario, which is cool. Play this for over 100 hours, blah. No. Okay, maybe it got better, but I looked at the reviews and there were like a bunch of reviews that mentioned that the servers would regularly experience issues, but a lot of the reviews here have a lot of hours, so it's kind of promising. But 240 hours on it. How are the servers? Move always online. Fair. Also totally fair to give a negative review for that, in my opinion, actually. This is one of the most disappointing games I've ever purchased. Okay. 40k, it's dull, broken skills. Okay, from when is this? Okay, from release, so hopefully it's fixed, but who the fuck knows? Bugs and glitches. Pretty upsetting to buy the complete edition. First thing you see is, oh, class lock banner DLC. Yep, that's what I mentioned. Servers have gotten better. Okay. Yeah, the main thing is just if the servers are not reliable and you're just limited, you're just forced to play online, then obviously fucking sucks. Because if the server goes down, it's not like, oh yeah, you can just continue where you left off. Nope, your mission progress is all gone and fuck you. Actually, how long is like the end game, or I guess also for the campaign. So let's just say hypothetically, I don't know, the servers go down every 10 hours that I play the game. How much progress am I losing at worst? If the servers go down right at the end of a level. Is it more like every 2 minutes you have a checkpoint, or is it more like every half an hour or something? Because I might actually, like, if you say the servers have gotten better, the reviews seem to be not as focused on the server issues anymore, I might actually go for it. Impossible to play co-op from 2021. Oof. Even with a bare minimum of 2 people, it's a rubber band fest, and eventually you see midway through the mission, and lose your loot and any progress. Wait, you also lose your loot? Amazing. Yeah. Anyways, back to the list. So yeah, I obviously haven't played this. I might be getting it on sale, as it's, I mean, for how long is it on sale? I think it's still like 3 or 4 more days on sale. Okay, 2. Close enough. But I might get that. Just because I'm curious, I kind of want to play it, and also to have a more complete list. And then we have Wilson. Ooh, this is an interesting one. Because I really want to give it a very low rating, but the combat is good. Like it feels fun and looks great. The campaign is, at least according to a lot of people, one of the best, if not the best, in any Diablo-like. I don't really care much, but I'll at least somewhat vaguely factor that in. So that's definitely good. All the issues, when I was playing through it, I didn't really encounter any game-breaking issues. Then they dropped the chapter 4 or whatever update, which basically broke, for my build, essential endgame functionality, which literally took them like over a month to fix. So good fucking job. Holy shit, that was pathetic. But like, if we take the game how it is right now, you can probably have some fun with it. How much did I play this? I have 70 hours, so it was like probably 40-hour campaign, maybe 30. I don't fucking remember. And then endgame, obviously, you could push indefinitely. I did 70 hours endgame. I got to like the mid endgame, I would say. As much as I'm annoyed at the incompetence because they broke a core feature of the game, or well, maybe not a core feature, but a very... It was not just some random side feature like, oh no, you can't transmute a certain item, or I don't know, one random side quest doesn't work. It was actually something that was important for quite a few builds, but not every build. But that works now, and endgame got kind of monotonous, but they did release the chapter 4 update, which adds some more variety, so... But also the servers, because I did play online because I was kind of curious about that. And the servers are not great. Like or maybe the game's just programmed to not feel so, like it doesn't feel responsive. I'd sometimes use a potion and it just wouldn't trigger. I don't know if that's lag or game just being fuckily coded. I'm kind of thinking D. Like, it wasn't amazing. Kind of like Victor Vran. Yeah, next to Victor Vran. Side quest. I think it's sitting... I think it's okay at a D. With the caveat that if you... Like, maybe I just got lucky with the bugs, but if you encounter any bugs, don't expect them to be fixed, so... But yeah, that's why I obviously have this section, because I'm actually gonna very quickly summarize the main points about the game for each one. I'm not gonna do that today, because I've already been streaming for almost 4 hours, but that is the plan. Okay, so now let me go over this again and then go for the more distant ones. I've only had servers go down when a new season hits. I've not played with anyone. Okay. That sounds more promising than the reviews. Okay, Chronicon B-. I think that's still fine. Diablo 1 C. Resurrected on B. Diablo 2 on B-. Mortal definitely F. Dungeon Siege. Yeah, probably E+. I'm not too sure if I need to bump Dungeon Siege 2 down. Has anyone played Dungeon Siege 2 recently-ish? How well does it hold up? It's been fucking forever since I played it. Ghost lore on D. Diablo 3 is above Ghost lore. Definitely. First talked about shrimp. Most of that. Thanks. Slurs at D minus because you can spend some time in it if you want to max it out, but it doesn't really feel that varied or amazingly fun to me. So Grim Dawn, definitely B plus. Like I don't think I can put it in A. Also, I skipped Lost Epoch's rating. Somewhere around there. It's currently probably a B minus, a B plus. Probably A minus at release. Meta A. Yeah, probably only PoE. The thing is, the tiers are relative, and PoE is just so far above every other game because, I mean, mainly because they had so many years to develop new content. If you get to the Path of Exile endgame, there's so many different things you can do. You can just do the simple mapping, which is already more interesting than Diablo 3's Rifts, because not only do you have a semi-randomized area, you know, like it's not fully random. You kind of know the layout, but there's like 5 to 10 different layouts, but it's always one of them, so it's like somewhat like limited random. But you have all those different modifiers, whereas a Rift, you just open the Rift and okay, which tile set do I get? Which also dictates which monsters you get, and then that's it. With Path of Exile, okay, you know which map it is before you open it, but you don't know which map you'll find. Like the enemy can drop any map basically, and then based on the map you might or might not, because it's quite a lot, know the layout and also the enemy types. But then you can roll all these interesting modifiers, like enemies deal more damage. It's fairly straightforward, but it might make you play more carefully. Enemies are faster, enemies have more health, enemies get their extra health as energy shield, which is interesting because extra health might not be a big deal, but if the enemy has extra health and then also get a percentage of their health as energy shield, you probably don't want both of those. And then, you know, there's a lot more thought going into that. And that's just the mapping. And then you have all these other endgame things. You have all the other previous League mechanics. Like, you could just have one small zone in a map where you enter it, and then a circle slowly starts expanding, where it's just extra monsters. You know, sort of just an onslaught of monsters. You have the strong boxes, which you probably encounter throughout the campaign, which can be rerolled with currency, and there's different types of strong boxes, and they can have vaguely interesting modifiers. You can have a vault side area, which is, well, basically another area within your map. You can have an abyss, which you step onto, and then you need to follow a crack on the ground, which continuously spawns enemies, and then at the end it spawns another bigger enemy usually. And then you have completely different mechanics where it's just, at the end of the map, you get to fight another sort of boss-like enemy that you assemble yourself. Or you just do delving, you know, the Minecraft thingy that I showed. Or maybe you do harvest, which is you go in another area and you pick one of two things, which just spawns a group of monsters. They give you a certain currency that allows you to do other unique crafts that you can't do otherwise. And then you also just have all the pinnacle bosses, of which there's like, I don't even know how many by now. Like 10? Probably more, each with its own mechanics. Like there's just, if you just like ignoring all the gameplay and everything, if you just list the content, or even just the different types of content available in Path of Exile versus any other game, it's just bullying, honestly. I mean, you might get bored of it at some point, which is fair. Like that's what this tier list here is for. So you can also find other games, or maybe you just don't like what PoE has to offer. But hold on, I have like even if we take away some time for being AFK or just leaving the game running so I can have my items listed, I probably have around 2,000 hours of actual playtime in the game. Like according to Steam, I'm at 2,250, but that's with some AFKing and leaving the game running to trade and all that. Because your items are only listed when you're online, or rather, people only search for items from people online because you can't trade with offline people. So yeah. But yeah, basically I've played it for 2,000 hours because it's still getting new updates. There's just sort of too much almost. Like to not put it that far away from everything else. To be fair, I've also played Diablo 3 for 1,500 hours or so. The problem is when Diablo 3 adds content, it just 3 patches later they just have so much power creep that the entire new content is invalidated. Path of Exile also has power creep, so older content gets trivialized and sometimes invalidated. But every now and then they revisit it. You know, like a super old League mechanic that, and by super old I mean like 2017, 2018. So like 5 or more years old. And then they might look at it, oh wait, this League mechanic was good when it came out and people liked it, and then sort of because of power creep and feature creep and alternatives and everything, it's been overshadowed. Okay, let's rework it. Let's rebalance it. Let's just make it more interesting in some way. So they, not only do they have a lot of content, but they also try to keep it relevant. So for example, Diablo 3, in theory, you have, endgame-wise, you have normal rifts, you have greater rifts, you have bounties, which can be pretty varied in terms of what you're doing. You have the challenge, like the set dungeon challenge thingies. Although that doesn't really progress your character, but it's something you could do to keep you busy. Like it's part of the gameplay. So, and then you have the Uber bosses. Okay, bounties. Well, I find them pretty unfun, but also they are limited. Like at the true end game, like once you got all your gear, you don't really do them anymore. They're kind of worthless. They help you with re-rolling gear and early on acquiring gear, but later on it just falls out of the equation. But I guess they're there for early end game, so it's something. Normal rifts, yeah, you literally just do them so you get greater rift keystones, because normal rifts stop at Torment 16. And there's so much power creep now that you basically just run through a Torment 16 rift in 2 minutes, just blow up everything immediately. So effectively, it's there, you have to engage with it, but not because you want to. It's basically not worthwhile. So that's already gone. Greater Rifts, sort of the true end game. Set dungeons, I mean, if you like the challenge, sure. And then what was the last one? I already forgot again. Amazing. Oh yeah, Uber bosses. Gone. Why? It only goes up to Torment 16. Remember how I said that you basically instantly blow up everything on Torment 16, which also includes the Rift Guardians? Hey, guess what? Same for Uber bosses. So what you do is you go out to a waypoint, you run around a zone for like half a minute finding the key warden. If you're lucky, you find it immediately, but let's just say about half a minute in 4 different areas. So you spend around, let's just say 3 minutes with loading times and everything. 3 minutes getting your keys. And then you have, I think you get 3 keys on Torment 16. And then you can craft, then you can do 3 sets of Uber bosses, which each takes you, like with opening, going back to town and everything, 20, you know what, let's say 30 seconds per Uber boss. So that's 2 minutes, because it's 4 different ones. So times 4. So 15, maybe 20 minutes, and then you can craft 4 Hellfire Amulets, which, well, I mean, obviously you could craft an infinite amount and never get what you want. But the thing is, even there's, like, you don't need a perfect one. In fact, you don't need one at all, because most builds don't use the Hellfire Amulet, because it fucking sucks. There's better amulets. So everything that I just said is basically irrelevant, because there's about, like, 2 builds in total or so that actually make good use of a Hellfire amulet. Every other build just has a better amulet because it gives you significantly more damage, part of a set or whatever else. Just that content is completely worthless. So effectively, you play through the game. Maybe early on you do Uber bosses because you don't have a better amulet, and then early on you do bounties, which at some point get irrelevant, but okay. And then it's literally just run rifts to get greater rift keys, do greater rifts. Well, if you want the challenge, you can do each set dungeon once, I guess, but most people don't seem to like that, myself included. So like the end game is basically just run through the rifts. Path of Exile, on the other hand, yeah, as I just said, there's so much more. Yeah, Last Epoch. Okay, it's still in early access. It has a few problems, especially the multiplayer is not super smooth. But I fucking love this game. And I think it's already pretty solid. Like for what do you pay? Like 30 bucks? Is it 30-ish? I can check here. Hold on. Last Epoch. 34. Obviously, you shouldn't buy a game based on future promises. But I'm gonna say, I think I am at around almost 200 hours. Or no, am I above 200 hours already? I've played this game a lot already. Yeah, I'm at 204 hours. Okay, so I already played over 200 hours, and I'm gonna play more. And it's only gonna get better. I personally, I believe that they're gonna continue updating the game, but as I said, you shouldn't buy based on just future promises. But even in the current state, I think 34 euros, there's probably some other games you might enjoy more because they're more finished. But Last Epoch, it looks and plays pretty well, and I guess I'm sort of a fanboy, so I have to put it high. Like there's very little I don't like about Last Epoch, aside from the stuff that's obviously gonna get fixed, like getting more content, getting more polish and all. Yeah, they are all. I don't know. I'm thinking I might need to add a new tier. Like, so I can move stuff like Torchlight below Titan Quest. Torchlight, Torchlight is basic, but it's not terrible. I don't know. I think I'm gonna leave it for now. Okay, Borderlands. Knew you needed trim tier. No. Dare you. This is a shrimp-free zone. Okay, so this once again is a little difficult because I have a very strong bias and nostalgia because I played Borderlands since before its release. Let's just say there were certain ways to acquire the game before it came out. I think I got it like a few days before release. I've spent like probably over 200 hours on the first game alone. I played through that so many times. I loved it because it was new and unique at the time. I know some people mention Hellgate London, but Hellgate London was more of an MMO, whereas Borderlands really is more like a first-person shooter with just Diablo-style loot explosions. If I add a new tier, I can also move Diablo down a tier. Diablo and Seed, that just... I mean, what is it sitting above now? Above Titan Quest? Yeah, you know what? The atmosphere, yeah. Above Wilson's all... not sure. Okay, but Borderlands... I think a C-. Borderlands 2. It has a bunch of mods. And it has a fuck ton of content, and it goes on sale for ridiculously cheap. I mean, we have to somewhat factor in price, obviously, because it's a value proposition. I have 458 hours on this game. Like, I played through it so many times. And just, like, honestly, Borderlands 2 is where the series peaked. It is insane how good that game is. Like, it just took everything from Borderlands 1 that people liked and improved stuff that people didn't like. You know, instead of just having a compass rose indicator where stuff is at the bottom, you actually have a mini-map now. The challenge system people didn't really like, so they somewhat changed that. They made the game longer. They had better writing, and just... that game is just... It is so fucking good. And the fact that there's so many mods out there, just... Yeah, it might even be a B+. Or maybe B, and then I add a new tier to move other stuff down. I guess B for now. But like there's the base game already offers quite a lot, and then all the DLCs give you a ton more stuff to do, and you know, not just busy grind work. No, it's actually just, you know, story DLCs with more cool writing and quests and funny things and cool things. So all of those things, and then there's actually like reasonable end game. You know, it's not just you finish the campaign and then you're done. You can actually do some gearing up, and there's true end game bosses. You know, sort of the equivalent of a pinnacle boss. I think they're called raid bosses in that. And there's several. I think there's one in the base game and then one in each of the major DLCs. So there's 5 in total. No, plus 1 from the like the Chromerks from round 1. So it's like 6. Yeah, so if you just want to play through the game, there's already a lot in terms of campaign, but there's also sort of incentive to keep going for the end game. You know, unlike, for example, Diablo 1, where it's just, okay, well, you're done with the story, maybe you finish hell difficulty, and then what? There's nothing there. There's no true end game goal. Pre-sequel, not as good as 2. Like, worse writing and everything, even though it came out afterwards. Only one campaign DLC, which was pretty decent, but getting to level 100. If you get to level 100 in like unmodded vanilla Diablo 1, doesn't matter if single player or multiplayer. If you get to level 100 in Diablo 1, I'm gonna give you $500. Mainly because the level cap is 50, so get owned. There is no, well, there's only one Diablo game where you can get to 100, and that's 4. Diablo 1 is 50, Diablo 2 is 99, Diablo 3 is 60 plus theoretically infinite Paragon, but they changed that, so now Paragon only goes, but I think it goes up infinite, but you only gain power up to 2000? Talking about 4. No, what the fuck Diablo 4. I don't know. I don't care about that game. Oh yeah, length of a playthrough. Good question. I think I can check that. 40 hour. But I already knew what I was doing, so 50 hours. 2 difficulties plus end game. Well, end game being 1 raid boss, but it's probably even more. Like, I kind of knew what I was doing, but let's just stay with that. So for Borderlands 2, it's a little more difficult to say how long it takes. You know what? Actually, we can ask our good friend how long to beat for an idea. Borderlands 35 completionist, 62. Yeah, more like 100 hours. That seems fair with all the fucking DLC they have. Honestly, that seems fair. And didn't they also have 3 difficulties? Normal, true, and ultimate Vault Hunter mode. Yeah, and then you also, yeah. And then you have the fucking raid on Digistruct Peak. Endgame. I can get to level 100 in Diablo 1 as my dad works at Nintendo. Fuck. Ah, goddammit, that angle. I need to do this. All the illusion is ruined. Diablo, not Borderlands pre-sequel. Borderlands pre-sequel. Vault Hunter mode. Fine. Does pre-sequel have ultimate Vault Hunter mode? Ultimate Vault. I can't fucking type today. Okay. It does have 3, so 3 difficulties. Wait. I think I played through it. Did I play through it twice? Wait. I played through it once when I first got it, obviously. Then I replayed with a friend, with 2 friends, but we were literally rushing the main story. And so we only did 1 playthrough. And then I played through it with Funty on stream, or mostly on stream. And I have 106 hours. So 40 hours for a full playthrough? Seems about right. What does How Long to Beat have to say? Oops. 57. I mean, I guess I didn't play the DLC on my first playthrough, so I think 45 is a fair number to put here. Borderlands 3. I have 202 hours. I played through it 3 times, but it's also a lot of endgame. I would say base game plus all DLCs. Probably 60-ish. What does it say here? Borderlands 3. 75, and then also the DLCs. No, wait. Hold on. No, wait. Wasn't it? I think I was over at over 100 hours when I got, like, before I started sort of end game grinding. I think I was at 120, but you know what? I'm going to be cautiously putting 100 hours here. And it has only 2 difficulties. They removed 1, which is good, honestly, because that was too fucking much. With all DLCs. Rating. It's a B. Because the gameplay is fucking good. I liked it. It's a lot faster and more zoomy than the previous Borderlands games, but I happen to also like that. You know, kind of like Diablo 3 is not like Diablo 2. I just also kind of liked that back then. I just happen to like both. So it's probably not as great if you're a fan of the older Borderlands games, but I liked it. The problem is, the story is painfully cringy. But they have solid endgame systems. You have like a sort of Paragon equivalent, so you always make progress towards something and grind those. There's a lot of quests and stuff, obviously, to just keep you busy with the story. And then you can just grind for your weapons and max that out if you want as well. And there's, I don't know how many different endgame raid bosses or whatever, so there's plenty to do. Like, I think just gameplay-wise, Borderlands 3 is probably better than 2 because it's more recent, but 2 has more different stuff to offer because it has more. Or I feel like the stuff from Borderlands 2 is more memorable. That might just be because I played it at a younger age. Who knows? Pre-sequel. I guess it's above Borderlands 1 because it definitely improved things, obviously, because it came out much later. But I can definitely not put it up with Borderlands 2. That's not an option. F-Spang. 10 hours, I think. I have 20 hours. And I think I was pretty much exactly 10 hours per playthrough because I played it twice. Yeah, 12 hours, so 10 hours. Depends on what you're after. I'm gonna have to specify in the review. Doesn't really play loot-wise like a Diablo-like, but the writing, I enjoyed it. It was fun, pretty funny at times. Songs of Virtue was just more of the same, which is good in this context. 15 and a half. How much do I have? I have that for 27. That also adds up. That's about 15 hours per playthrough. Say 13 hours. I guess also C, more of the same, really. Diablo 3D. Oh boy. Yeah. I feel like that's the thing. You play it for like 10 hours because it's cool and you like the novelty, and then or maybe you just really into like Heretic, but I feel like this is more of a thing. You just play it once or twice. It's cool to experience, to see that somebody made it, but I really didn't want to finish it. Whereas, for example, the Reign of Terror thingy, the Diablo in Grim Dawn mod, that one, I would say play that. That's actually fucking well made. I might actually enjoy that more than the base game. I think maybe a D. What else is missing? Something. Neo. Maybe an E+. Because I know that some people liked it, but I was just mostly annoyed. Neo 2 I can't comment on, obviously. Shadow Warrior 2, it's been quite a while since I played that. It's also more like Borderlands, first-person shooter with sort of Diablo-like loot, but like even more on crack and more zooming around. It's very much a shitfest visually and just zooming all over the place. If you're into that, it's probably not that bad. Maybe a low C tier. I don't know if Shadow Warrior 1 falls in the same category, if it has the similar loot, and 3 probably, but I haven't played those. Oh look, we have another F tier. An hour. So I played it for probably like 8 hours. The game is so fucking broken that it's borderline unplayable and just not worth the suffering and crashes and no. Fuck that game. Fucking avoid it at all cost. These I haven't played. Haven't played that. I haven't played this one, but if it's, I mean, I know the Tiny Tina DLC. I just haven't played the standalone version, so I don't know how well they made it as a standalone. But DLC is pretty good. Probably kind of the price is gonna bring this one down. How much is it actually? The Tiny Tina's. Oh, fuck you. Bro, that's exactly my date of birth. Wait, what? Okay, that's even more insane. I didn't know that. That's gonna change. I don't think that's gonna change the rating, but that's not gonna change the tier. But like, I'm looking at this. This and these are the campaign DLCs for Borderlands 2. And then this one is level cap plus new endgame mode. This is a new class. This is fucking stupid. This is skins. Oh, there's one thing missing. The one DLC that they released super late. But like, all of these are free now? That's actually insane. Like, these are all 10 hours or so of gameplay. And like, not bad gameplay either. Like, this one is decent. This one was pretty fun. This one kind of sucked, honestly. And this one was probably one of the, if not the best DLCs for any game. Like, it's just, I fucking love this one. Yeah, obviously like for 45 euros, can probably do better nowadays, but like 8.99 and Borderlands goes on sale regularly. That's crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats make me crazy. Yeah, 10 euros for, like, I mean, how long? Also, my voice is starting to die. Fuck you for making me do this, Kappa. 38 hours for completionist, but it's, I mean, I don't know if that's for all classes, but it's probably like 20 or so. It's not that bad, but there's better value offerings. But the DLC, as I said, it itself is very good, so this is probably a C tier. Yeah, the Cosmic Warfare is also kind of Diablo-like. I've never heard of that. Nienix Cosmic Warfare. Bullet Hell Combat. Like a bullet hell shoot 'em up with Diablo-like progression, I guess? Interesting. A looter shooter. I'm not too much into bullet hell stuff, but that seems like an interesting concept. I played... You know what? Sure, this is now a React stream. Talked about this game multiple times. It's no longer available on Android because it's no longer updated. Oh, it's actually from that's the developer, but he's gone radio silent basically. Like, this game is completely available for was, because it's gone now, but it's no longer updated. But this was available completely for free, like on Android devices, and like there's no pay to win or anything. Literally, the only thing you could pay to for a donate version, which doesn't change anything, if I remember correctly. It's literally just, hey, thank you, sort of. So you have this very simple shoot 'em up. That's, can you see my cursor? That's money. Obviously, avoid enemies. You have health. You have different types of shots, which all level up individually. Hold on, can I? If you see here, next 100, next 230. So all of these shots level up individually. I think they go up to level 10 or whatever, but yeah, you can level these up individually. They all obviously behave differently, so you might want to change that depending on what you're fighting. And then up here, that's actually the experience. You can see different types of shots. And then you complete the stage, get some extra money. Are you gonna do your stats now? Oh no, he just ends it. Well, you have like 4 different stats you can put your stat points into when you level up. And then there's even a sort of rebirth mechanic, kind of like from Legend of the Green Dragon or Red Dragon or whichever one, you know, where you just start from 0 again. You're back at level 1, back at the first level. All your weapons are reset to level 1 and all that. But you have, I don't know, 50 extra attribute points or something. Like, I played that game so fucking much. That was one of the few good mobile games. So that's why I'm kind of interested and might look into that. Because Galaxy Hero was just, that was some fucking good times. Then there's Wonderlands, basically another Borderlands game. Or Borderlands spin-off, I guess. It's a lot shorter, if I remember correctly. It was like only, less than 40 hours. What does How Long to Beat have to say? Probably like 30 for, yeah, main plus extra. And then, I mean, what was the end game wise? Oh yeah, going up the Chaos Chambers, which was made easier, but is also very tedious. So I'm gonna say, was it 30 hours for campaign? Yeah, that seems reasonable. 30 hours campaign, 40 hours. And this is probably more like 50. Like, you need another 20 to unlock everything And then for successive characters, it's faster, but very tedious grind, rather. Probably also see. It did some cool things. It's kind of up on par with pre-sequel. Torchlight Infinite, haven't played. On December. E? Pay to win. I think there's time gating. I don't remember. I started playing it a little and no, I just remember that I noped the fuck out because pay to win stuff fairly early on. And probably also pay to win. Oh good, we're done. So there you go, me. So there's your sort of tentative early tier list. Gonna scroll through it if you actually want to look at any of them. You just have to look at the VOD and pause. So I can show you something else long. Hold on. Well, it could be even longer. I mean, I'm open for suggestions. If there's more games that would fit on this list, you know, even stuff like, you know, Borderlands, sort of more distant stuff, or, well, I mean, I can show you. I guess I might as well. Didn't I stream this even? For those of you that don't know. Oh look, he even does timestamps. What an amazing YouTuber. Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about you. Intro stuff. I want some proper combat. Just chickens. So you can see it looks kind of Diablo-like. You have your consumables on the bottom left here. Experience, blue bar, you have health. Well, and the purple thing is sort of like an ultimate ability. Have an inventory with I also show the gear here. No, I just read. Fringe streamer doesn't show gear. Well, you also have equipment, you know, like helmet, shoulders, body armor, boots. And they come with an armor stat, or I don't think there's armor. They just give you different amounts of health, and they might also give you resistance. But the thing is, there's no random rolls on them. They're just predetermined. There's no randomness in that, so there's a very clear upgrade path. And the leveling is also very basic. There's no real skill tree or anything. I think once you get to level 20, which is max, you just have everything anyway, so decisions don't matter in that regard. But it's sort of close enough. But as I said, that's why it's italic, because it's going to go in the extended version of the list. Only got Nox, Hellgate London. Oh wait, hold on. Hellgate London. Yeah, I saw a video about it recently. Was it by that guy? Was he? Yeah. This guy makes some interesting Death of a Game series where he just goes over how the game came to be, how it developed, and then how it eventually died, like all the things that went right or mostly wrong. And he has a video, as you can see here, on Hellgate London, because I know a lot of people talked about it, and I didn't play it. I wasn't on the internet back then because too expensive and all that. You know, when you actually had to pay per minute of internet or per hour, whatever it was. Yeah, but I didn't play it, and I saw that it's now on Steam or some remade version or something, but the reviews are not good, so I just decided to stay away. And also, once again, it's probably too old. I'm like, if you don't grow up with these types of games, you're probably not gonna like them, because you might hate a lot of aspects of modern gaming, but games do get better in many aspects. You know, they There's quality of life features. People get better at designing intuitive systems, at making better tutorials and all that. You know, back in the day, it's just, here's the game, maybe a manual, now fuck off and play the game. And nowadays, it's like, oftentimes overly handholdy, but there's a tutorial, this is how this mechanic works. Okay, here's some enemies that are not going to kill you. You can practice the dodging mechanic of this game. This is how gear works. Here, these stats mean this. And, you know, you actually have a better understanding and get into the game. And as I said, the quality of life stuff. For example, I remember when I played Diablo 2, every time I died, my Enigma teleport would be unbound. So I would have to rebind teleport on every single death. Which is just... It's not a big deal, but it's fucking annoying. It really, really is annoying. And you know, all that kind of stuff. Or Diablo 1, no item labels. You sure you can pay attention, but it still sucks? That's why I kind of stay away from the older games. As I said, like, I also considered replaying Sacred 1 at some point, but it's just, I'm probably not gonna like it. Because I already got annoyed at Diablo 2 for some of the aforementioned issues. And I played a fuck ton of Diablo 2 in my life. I love that game, but just, it's tough. So, yeah, if there's anything newer, or anything where you actually feel like it sort of still holds up today, I might put that on my list and give it a try. But yeah, for now, this is going to be the list, and then probably I don't think I'm going to replay Dungeon Siege 2 or 3. I'm definitely not going to play Neo. I might I kind of want to play Shadow Warrior 2 in co-op with someone, but I need to find somebody that's willing to play that. And then maybe also 3 if I like 2 enough. Definitely not going to play these, that's for sure. And Quest 2, who knows? This one, yeah, at some point. Where is it? Main thing is, let's go full tangent mode right now. 58% positive. It's not amazing. It's very grindy and not a particularly interesting grind, some people say. And also there's a very weird cult mechanic. Basically, there's sort of bonfires outside, or campfires. And if you're away from a campfire for too long, can I full screen this? Do they show it anywhere? I don't think they show it anywhere here. Well, but yeah, you basically, it sort of has a survival aspect of it. You know, you need to go from campfire to keep your heat level up. So me would surely enjoy the game, but it's just, if you could, like, the reviews are basically saying, if you consider it more, it's kind of more like a survival game in that aspect, then you probably like it. If you're just expecting a Diablo-like, you're probably going to be annoyed. It's just going to feel like a chore. I'm leaning more towards the latter, so I'm probably not going to like it all that much. Like, I looked at a bunch of the reviews, and yeah, $30, obviously, no. And then on sale, I mean, currently for that much, but if we go to the history, it doesn't really go on. What the fuck? No. Yeah, the cheapest you're gonna get is like $7.50 or something. Like, $7.50? Do I want to pay $7.50 for a game that's gonna last maybe 26 hours and supposedly fairly tedious and grindy? Probably not, but you know, if it's ever cheap enough at some point, I'll probably get this. Well, then Inquisitor or Inquisitor Martyr or whatever the fuck the game is called. I find the naming kind of confusing. I might actually just go ahead and pick that up. Because I've been looking at that for a while and just waiting for a good enough discount. But as I said, the server issues mainly kept me from it. So if the game sucks, I know who to blame. Or if the servers suck, rather. If the game sucks, that's on me. Dune 2, oh yeah, no, I mean, even if I would like strategy games, that looks tedious. I can totally get why people love it. I mean, I watched Chris play it a bunch, obviously, but I would fucking hate everything about it. That's just how it is. You need to have grown up with such old games, generally speaking. There's very few exceptions. Obviously, there's some games that still hold up, but most games you kind of have to have been around. Well, okay, so in summary, there's the tier list. I have no fucking clue when I'm gonna get around to actually making the video, because as I said, this and also other things, and also you already got a video recently. Here, look, go watch this video. Probably about 45 hours of work for a 45-minute video. So I'm currently not really feeling like working on another video for a while. But anyways, yep, that was one of the September goal thingies. There's the tier list preparation. I might do B-movie script speedrun next weekend. No promises. Oh, Steam reviews, I have an opinion on that. Yeah, I have an opinion on your opinion. Worthless. If a YouTuber is, I assume that's supposed to be tough. You can't ban me if I ban you first. Speaking of heresy, how dare this fucking asshole streams and steals my fucking viewers? What a dickhead! I'm never raiding this guy again. He's stealing my viewers. Don't join the raid. This guy's an asshole. Actually, no. Join the raid and harass the stream. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'll be back on Monday with not Reign of Terror, because the poll decided that we're not gonna play that. So new game on Monday. The Entropy Center, another first-person puzzler. We're rating me. If you don't know me, honestly, I just made a Diablo-like tier list. He's playing a Diablo-like, so there's no reason to not join the raid. Yeah, I'll be back on Monday. That was the tier list. Other stuff from the September goals, whenever the fuck I get around to it. I'll try to announce it in advance on the Discord, but no promises. As always, you can find the VODs on YouTube, as you've seen, every single one of them since September of 2020. Each one with timestamps for which game is being played even. So, you know, if you're ever wondering if I ever played any game, you can either check that or just ask me, either on stream or on Discord, and I can probably tell you roughly when, and you'll be able to find a VOD of it. Anyways, I've rambled on for long enough. The raid's about to start. Go say hi to me and yell at him for stealing my viewers, obviously, because that's rude. Good night.